when I do tonight's puzzle, which is a great one, it's probably the best one I have, and I feel inspired to start it today. It's from Ugears. It's called Hurdy Gurdy, and you create a working, I don't know if violin is the right term, but it's some type of musical instrument that's about the size of a violin. It's got like a crank here, and it's got some strings, and it's got some buttons, and it's like a working musical instrument. So we're going to see how that goes. Probably going to take more than one day. So I went ahead and already labeled today's show day one because it's probably going to take more. So anyway, I've got plenty of these puzzles to do. I don't need to do those sketch days, but it's interesting. I think it could be more interesting if there were people like in the chat, and we would like, they would say stuff and I would like draw it or whatever. That could be really interesting, but that hasn't happened yet. So I don't know. By the way, there's something, this anyway, it's still loading on my computer. I don't know, hopefully it's playing on your computer, but let's get started. So we've got the hurdy-gurdy model here. It's from Ugears. We did Dragster and Pickup Lumberjack already from Ugears. This is our third Ugears puzzle. I think we've done more than 3 from another company, FIU, but their puzzles are much smaller. This one is big. You can see here, how many sheets are we looking at? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think it's 8 sheets here. We'll open that up in a second. We got some strings. This thing's gonna get its own strings. We're probably gonna have to tune it. Sandpaper. I don't know what this is. It looks like it's broken though, unless this is just wax, in which case we don't care that it's broken. But usually the wax looks like a little like crayon, not like this. So I'm not sure if that's the wax or what. Now here's the wax. See what I mean? It looks like a little crayon. There's a bunch of rubber bands in here. I'm telling you, this is something. I don't know what this is. Hopefully it didn't need to be in one piece, because it's not. I guess we'll find out. And we've got still more sheets here. I gotta open those up. So what is this? Is it like a separate piece? Is it like a second instrument? It looks like a rattle of some sort. I mean, it seems to have second set of instructions, so I don't know. Is this a tuning fork? I don't know. It kind of looks like it. It looks like a rattle or some sort. I don't know if this is part of the other build or not. I don't know if I should open it or not. I think I'm going to start with opening this. Let's open them both up. So maybe we're going to waste a few minutes at the beginning just like opening this stuff up, but we got to know what we're dealing with here. So let's do it. All right. I guess we'll start with this little one. See what's there. Pack 19. I just can tell you that that's pronounced pack, and that kind of sounds like, yeah, pack and then pack 19. So I guess there'll be a reference to pack 19 in this book. As soon as I open it, though, I will no longer know that this is pack 19 because this is a sticker on the plastic. Anyway, we're on video, so I always could watch it and then I'll know that it's pack 19. So that's I mean, the A and the K you can read, and that's a P in this. This is a Ukrainian company, Ugears, so that's a Ukrainian P. It's also a Russian P. It might also be in Greek, but it might have a different sound in Greek, but visually it'd be the same. All right, so what is this? Auxiliary model hammer. So this is like the pick, right? Like you're gonna, if you don't want to pluck with your fingers, you pluck with the hammer. Let's build the hammer first. I mean, at least we'll get something done. It looks like a very easy build. There isn't even like words here. They're just pictures. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are probably 5, 6. No, this is combining the first two and then sticking in 5 and 7, and then 6 and 8, 11, 3 11s, and then stacking on these. So this looks very simple and easy, and we're just gonna go right into it. So 1 and 2, here we go. The only thing is we don't have the tool. Ugears usually gives you a tool right away. I have something that I can use until we get the Ugears tool. It's a wooden golf tee. I mean, the Ugears tool will be better, but this will work in the meanwhile. So we probably were supposed to start with the big book, but it was just too tempting to get this hammer out of the way. Let's talk about politics for a minute. I know this is like, someone could be watching this video like 10 years later when they buy this model and this won't be relevant, but the concept will still be relevant. So Democrats in the recent 2022 midterm, they lost control of the House, but they've been claiming on TV that they won. And like every time I see that, I mean, I guess the claim is they beat their expectations, which is like, congratulations on, on beating your expectations. But the fact of the matter is, before the election, you own the House, or you were in charge of the House, and now you're not. I mean, that's a loss. So I was like saying that, just like that was my simple, answer when I would see those reports. It's like, I'm sorry, what are they claim? What are they? In what sense are they claiming to have won? Like, what did they win? Like, it's just like, I just don't understand what they're claiming they won. And then I saw something today that said they got 10 million less votes in 2018, the Democrats, and Republicans got 3 million more votes. And now, granted, in a sense, that is like a moral victory, because like if Democrats got 10 million less votes than last time, and Republicans got anything less than 10 million more votes this time, then it is kind of a moral victory, because hey, they held on to, they got 7 million people to not bother voting or something like that. It wasn't a complete wipeout. So in a sense, it was a moral victory. But I mean, since when do we count more? Like, moral victories are like when you're talking to your team about their next, or the fan base. It's not supposed to be like part of the mainstream coverage. So that, I find that quite annoying. Not annoying, that sounds too strong. Disingenuous, I find it. Like, are you seriously going to claim victory when everyone saw you lose? I don't know. Kind of ridiculous, if you ask me. By the way, there's a notch at the bottom of this, and there's not a notch at the bottom of this. Oh, because I'm not looking at the bottom. It's supposed to be like this. All right, that makes more sense. So then does this go like, oh, there's the notch. Okay. There's a notch here and a notch here. And there's some like saw teeth. Look at this. There's saw teeth here and saw teeth here. So I have to put it in this way. I can't put it in this way. It'll break the saw teeth. It's got to go in this way, which makes it a delicate operation, which requires me taking my glasses off. So here I go, which always comes with the risk of, my eyes are now not shielded. So I have to figure out a way to do that. Maybe switch from safety goggles, maybe safety goggles with like flip up and down lenses. Maybe that's what I need. Wow. This is my third Ugears puzzle, but the first one that's using this saw tooth lock. And I gotta say, it's quite strong. I feel like I'm Like it's not even gonna work, or I'm breaking the wood here. And it's not flat yet. It's not on. But it's lined, I feel like it's lined up. Let me just push it against the table here. Maybe that'll work. That worked on one side. Now we just need the other side. Or did it work on both sides? Yeah, it did. It's already done. I don't know why I thought it only worked on one side. That's done. So that's step one. All right, step two is pieces 3 and 4. Here's piece 4. Here's piece 3. It kind of looks the same as the other pieces, as this pieces 1 and 2. Here's the saw teeth again, so it's going to be the same concept. We'll have this hammer put together in no time. So about last night's show, I just don't know what to say about that. I think it could be interesting, but people would have to understand it's for entertainment purposes only. They can't like think that it's reliable information. It's just what feels right. Basically, what I was doing, if someone claimed that it was reliable information, they would call it remote viewing. But the subject of yesterday's remote viewing, again for entertainment purposes only, we were like feeling around in the dark and building the thing first, and then trying to find a Google reference for it. And the closest thing we found was this inventor who died 111 years ago. And it was an invention that he didn't invent, but it was like, you could see why he would. It was like an electric airplane that received power from towers. And it was interesting to me for a couple of reasons. One, the guy published his book 4 years after the Wright brothers' first flight, and then he died in 1911. So it certainly seems like his next book could have dealt with. He had electric trolley cars, electric motor, and electric fan. Those were like his big inventions. And it certainly seems like an electric plane would have been something that he wanted to do next. And we kind of reversed the trolley car. We got a visual, there was like, again, just for entertainment purposes, the visual looked like sort of, if you took a trolley car and extrapolated it to planes flying in the air, instead of like rails on the ground, you might have towers that like zapped the planes. So you would have towers and you would have planes, and the guy died in 1911, and it like, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Like, not only does it match the guy's potential invention, but it's like, 1911, towers, planes. It almost sounds like 9/11, and it's like, where did that come from? But maybe that's just a coincidence. And I think that's the problem with doing any of this type of predictions or remote viewing or any just like confirmation bias type of theorizing is you start to see connections that don't really exist. Like I remember they used to give an example. There was a time when like, I guess the Giants' first few Super Bowls were the same years as I forget who it was exactly. Maybe it was like the Minnesota Twins or something like that. For like their World Series were the same years as the Giants' Super Bowls, and people would say like how are they related? Well, they're not. I mean, it's just coincidence. Sometimes things are just coincidence. But when you get locked into thinking that you're doing something real, so that's another reason why we always have to say it's for like entertainment purposes only, because first of all, it is. But second of all, even if you did your earnest attempt to be, rather than entertaining, to be accurate, you still could be just rattling off coincidences. And the biggest one is you could be wrong. Like I don't want the pressure of having to look anything up. I just want to, if I do that type of episode, I just want to go with the flow. And, you know, if it's totally inaccurate, well, then that's why we're stating in advance that it's just for fun and we don't expect it to be accurate. All right, so now it says to line up these two pieces, and okay, the only way I know which one's one and which one's two is that one has a notch and one doesn't. So let's see, are they lining up the one with the notch on top or on bottom? They're putting the one with the notch on bottom. So basically they line up like this. It may not matter, but my theory is like, let's follow the instructions unless you really know for sure that you can abandon them. So I'm going to stick with the instructions here. So there's nothing keeping them together, but I stacked them on top of each other because in the next direction, there's going to be something. And by the way, it's more saw teeth, 5 and 7. Okay, here's 5 and 6. We need 5 and 7. 7's right there. Now tell me why they put 5 next to 6 and 7 next to 8 if the way to do it is not that way. It's 5 goes with 7 and 6 goes with 8, but whatever. Part of it is like an IQ test or not an IQ test, a sort of puzzle comprehension test. Like, will you follow the directions or will you just do what looks right? I always assume that like I'm a failure at these and everyone else would do them better. But I think that that's not necessarily the case. I think it's more like everyone else who's willing to post a video would do better. Like normally, there's probably a lot of people who do these puzzles like as bad as me or worse. I'm like the only one just like stupid enough to post them to the internet. So there you go. If you're wondering like, why is this guy posting puzzles if he's not good at puzzles? Well, I don't really have an answer for you, but here I am. Maybe my job in life is to let other people know that, hey, nobody's perfect. Just do your best. Just have some fun with it. I mean, I know that everyone else doing puzzles on the internet is miles ahead of me, but I'm not gonna stop. It's fun. And like I said, it's like, would it really be good if everyone was always perfect? Like, would that be good for some kid out there who's putting the puzzle together? He might get discouraged if everyone's always perfect. Maybe he sees me do it, sees that I'm terrible, and then he thinks he feels better about himself. I don't know. Maybe. And I probably would have been better when I was younger. I think when you get older, you just you don't have the ability to get revved up for this type of project. It's more like compelling things like paying the mortgage and the utilities and just generally getting through life. The puzzle becomes just a hobby sort of thing, and hobby things don't fire up the adrenaline the same way like fight or flight scenario type of things do. Oh man, screwed that up royally. I pulled out some extra pieces, which means I now, okay, hopefully I can remember that that's 8. It's still attached there. So this is 7, this is 5. Now on the instructions, we're supposed to hold it like this. It's the orientation. And then 7. Oh my goodness. Did I lose track of which is 5 and which is 7? There's dots on them. Let me see if I can tell by the dots. That's very kind of Ugears to put dots on it. So even if you forget which one's which, you can still find it. All right, yeah, I can find it by the dots. Both dots should face up and be at the back. And this is the only way that they can do that. Not necessarily there's dots on both sides. All right, so the next thing is to see if there's any difference between them. There are slight differences. Here's another tell. This one is longer in the back, and this one is longer in the front. So let me look at the picture here. I do not have it correct. All right, let's try it again. All right, this looks better. At this point, I don't even remember which one's which, but that's the way they go. Now I got to put this through. It's going to count from the back, the first 3 boxes. But they have saw blades, which means they need to go together. How am I going to do that if I'm pushing them in here? There's a caution sign to make sure we don't screw this up. So hopefully we're not screwing it up. All right. Why are there saw blades? I'm pushing it in, like the saw blades are going to get busted. I don't get it. I understood the saw blades when they were going on top to bottom because I could like slide them in, but now I have to push it in. So the saw blades are now stopping me from pushing it in. Are they perhaps not supposed to go in all the way? Let me look at the next picture. Oh, they're supposed to go in, absolutely. All right, I gotta force that in somehow. Am I gonna break it along the way? All right, I'm gonna look at the picture one more time and try to read the saw blades. Yeah. All right. These ones pointing back, they are, and these ones pointing forward, they are. So this is how they go. Let me see if I can get them both started and then push them both in at the same time. All right, what if I open them up a little bit, wiggle them in, and then snap the 2 big pieces together? Am I gonna break everything if I do that? So far, so good. And this is just the hammer. So it's not gonna be a big deal if this isn't perfect, but I would like to get it correct. I mean, it's a good warm up for the rest of the thing. The rest of the Hurdy Gurdy. Do you think I should use the pliers and kind of push it together? You think I'll break it doing that? Let's just give it a shot. All right. What do you think? It's either going to work or I'm going to break it. Just tap it a little bit there. Well, first, let me get these pieces together. Should be able to do that without breaking it. All right. That worked. All right. So next up is 8 and 6. It's gonna face this way. 8 is here, 6 is here. Which was this? 8. All right, where's the dot? dot goes out here this time. There's 8. And here's 6. Wow. The splinters, I mean, they're not on the part that we're using, so it's not a big deal, but splinters, you know. All right. I got both dots up here. Ooh. This one goes inside. Like the 6s are like both pointing out, and the 8s are both pointing in, which is going to be, no, that's fine. That'll work just fine. I think I even can get the outside one in first from the top, and then go and slide in the bottom one, maybe. We're going to find out in a minute, I guess. It looked like that was working. That's working, baby. We got it. 6 and 8 were pretty easy. Hopefully it was the same for you. All right. It's telling me now to read, inspect these lines, the saw blade lines. It's telling you to inspect them in 4 places. Not really sure what they're going for here. I don't know. I don't know what that's telling me to do. I think it's an inspection. I'm not really sure if we're passing inspection or not. But if we don't, I guess we'll find out soon enough. All right. Are there multiple? Are these 9s or 6s? All right. Okay, these are 9s. So I need 1 9 to start with. By the way, look what we're putting into the 9. 3 11s. I mean, this just gets funnier and funnier. By that I mean not funnier and not funnier. Right, I'm just punching the pieces out. Um, 11:19. Well, we started 10 minutes early, so we're okay. I just, why did I start early? No reason. It's just like it's a Saturday and I was here, so I just went online. I figure I usually the first few minutes are like garbage anyway, so it's probably a good idea to start early. If people really care, they can rewind it. All right. Just drop these in, I guess. I feel like I should wax these, but it doesn't say to. Oh, let me mention the show I've been watching. Cabinet of Curiosities on Netflix. I'm up to the 4th episode, which was quite something. Oh, by the way, we're done our first sheet. I mean, it's like a micro mini sheet, but it's done. And we're going to be done the second one in a minute. I assume, since this is just a tiny little set of instructions. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 more 9s and then a 10. And we just like piling them all up here, one after another. Should get easy after the second one because the pieces will all be straight through 2 thicknesses of wood. So all right, got them all started. Now push them all into the table. Hopefully they don't break. Get them all flush. Now should be easy. Just stack 3 more on top of that. And then the only difference with the 10th one is it has the Ugears logo. Just a little bit of style points there. If it weren't the case that one of them had a logo, I would look to see which one had blemishes and bury them in the middle and put the best looking one on top. But they've designated they want the one with the ink on top, and it does, by the way, have a blemish. But whatever, not a big deal. Makes it look like natural, right? Pulling off a lot of splinters tonight. All right. Get rid of those splinters. I have garbage right under the table. I basically have everything right here because this is the same desk that I use during the day to be productive, and then I use it at night to do the streaming. So everything is right here, you know, knife, garbage pail, light, computer. The computer you can see is right here. Come on. What's going on here? All right, got that back. Don't want to break these pieces. They're not as tight as I was expecting. They're kind of like pushing through. All right. Time for number 10. By the way, it looks like there's more room than just for one block. Let's see. Yeah, those are sticking out a little bit. I mean, I try to go flush from both. When I go one side flush, the other side sticks out. There's like no perfect way to do this. I'm just gonna leave them like sort of partially out on both sides. Do you see there's some movement in that? I mean, I guess there won't be after we fill in the middle, but as of now, there is some play in this. I mean, with 3 pins, it's like, you wouldn't think it would move, but it does. Wow, it's like some huge splinters flying off of this thing. All right, so we're gonna put this through, and then we're gonna shove these, shim these in there, and then it's done. All right, let's just make sure we got the direction correct. So, yeah, that looks good. Just double check that. Yeah, as far as I can tell, that's good. So we put that through. And then we're gonna come from this side with 3 pieces, the 3 12s. Actually, the instructions only show 2 12s. Did they give us an extra 12? Maybe they're implying like a stack of 3 12s, but it only shows, there's only 2 arrows that say 12. So that's what we're gonna try first. You know, maybe they gave us an extra 12. I don't know. Wait, was that even a 12? Maybe these are the only two 12s. All right, I'm going to start with these two because I believe that all three of these are 12s, but the top one wasn't labeled as clearly as the bottom two. So I'm going to use the bottom two first, though I'm going to inspect them. You know what? This one's the worst. We're going to use these two as long as they're the same size and shape. Yeah, they look good. All right, now how do these go in? Like this and like this. What do you think? Can we fit a third one in there? I don't think so. No, you're not going to fit a third one in there. I think I'm going to break this. How deep is it supposed to go in? It shows it sticking out a little bit, less than that amount. So let's keep going. Let's keep hammering this in. This piece is called a hammer, by the way. I don't know if I can get it any further in there. Well, let's try. Let's see if we can get it a little bit further. All right. At some point, I'm not going to go any further. I think that's as good as it's going to go. So this is the hammer. Hammer time is done. There's a little hole there. I don't know if it's going to like eventually like, is that just like a hook to hang it on, or is it going to attach to something? I don't know. Anyway, the hammer is done. Put that off to the side for the time being. And our second sheet is done. All right, we're going to open the big sheet now. Excuse me 1 minute. All right, here we go. It's weird that, is it weird that I'm concerned with giving a show with some remote viewing, and I'm making sure that people know that there's no accuracy to it, whereas other people will like run a trading platform and take billions of dollars from people's pensions and not be concerned that people think they're telling the truth when they're not. Like how do we separate the I don't want to say the wheat from the chaff, because it could be wheat. I want to separate the people who want to rob other people from the people who want to support other people. Like, how do we do that? How do we make sure that we don't invest in liars and cheaters and swindlers and I don't know, that whole thing? I mean, if you saw that, I don't want to mention any names, but if you saw that big crypto crash recently and the founder of that company, like, it's hard to believe that anyone would have ever invested with that piece of work in the first place, but apparently people did, which is crazy to me, but they did. I'm just trying to find the first sheet. It's not this sheet. But these numbers are like about 100. Like there's a 58 there, there's a 97 there. That might be like an auxiliary sheet, because those numbers didn't seem very high. All right, 108, 107, 25. a little bit all over the place here. There's a lot of little pins there, a lot of them. Some ornate pieces, some big pieces. This is going to be an interesting build. I'm just looking for the sheet that has number 1. They're kind of jumping all over the place. Here's a huge piece. It's like the body of the musical instrument. You can kind of get a sense of the size of this, what it's going to be. 80s. These pieces are in the 80s. This big piece, there's a 104. What is the number on this big piece? I think it says 106 here, but there's a little piece in between that and the big piece. I don't see a number on the big piece. I see a 104 here, but there's a little piece right next to that. I'm sure that we'll recognize it when we encounter it in the instructions. Here's another big piece. It says Ugears on it. It says Hurdy Gurdy on it. This is quite a piece. I would say this is the back of the main body, but maybe it's the front. I'm not sure. The reason I think it's the back is that the front would have a cutout for the wheel, which is what this looks like. And it would have this, I forget what it's called, but basically the acoustic, an acoustic guitar has like a hole in the front, and then the back doesn't, and then here's like maybe spot to put your name, maybe. Ugears, which is the make, Hurdy Gurdy is the model, and then here's open space, which maybe your name is going to go there. I don't know. We'll see when it comes up. The number on this huge piece, it's again no number. Is it like these huge pieces aren't numbered because they're so big? They're like, well, you can't miss it. Okay, no, this one is 30. This one is 30. So, and then this one is 31. I don't know how I missed it the first time. 30 and 31. I still haven't seen piece number 1, which is presumably where it's going to start. This is down to the 20s. That's pretty low. It's another huge piece. I think this is the fretboard. Probably the front and back of the fretboard. What are the... Oh, this is the wheel. This is the wheel that's going to turn. And I don't know if that's just for tuning or also for playing. I think it's for playing because there's like a crank as well. This is piece number 2. This is piece number 1. Piece number 1 of this is this wheel. So the tool is usually on the same board as piece number 1. I do not see it on the first board. I do not see it on the second board. The Hurdy Gurdy is an epic and well-known puzzle from Ugears, but it's not a new puzzle. It's probably like 10 years old. Maybe it's older. I'm not really sure. It's possible they didn't start putting the tool in these boards yet when Hurdy Gurdy was designed. I don't know. And I don't know if it's ever been redesigned. We got a hammer. And we got a golf tee, so I think we're in good shape. Those tools usually break halfway through anyway. All right, so how many sheets are we looking at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sheets plus the 2 we already did. There's a lot of big pieces on these sheets, so I'm wondering if we're gonna get this done in 3 days. I think it's gonna go pretty quickly. Let's see. As you can see, the book is quite thin. The Pickup Lumberjack, I forget off the top of my head, but I think it was like 130 pages. This one is only 48 pages, and as you can see, there's music sheets in the back, and there's testing near the back. So the actual build stops on page 43, and it starts on page 4. So there's only really like 40 pages of building here. 40 pages. I mean, you gotta figure we can do at least 10 pages per night. So in worst case, this is gonna take 4 days. With that said, we haven't started yet because we spent 45 minutes making this hammer and talking about nonsense. Anyway, without any further ado, let's get started. We need pieces 1 and 2, which are these 2 big wheel pieces. Let's get it on. All right, 1 goes there, 2 goes there. A word of caution from the Ugears people is to get these notches facing each other. Are they on both sides? They're only on one side. These 2 notches, they're showing, look at these 2 notches, but they're not showing putting it together yet. Where are those 2 notches when we put it together? I think they want us to fold it up like a sandwich. I think that's what they want. Line up these 2 notches and then fold it up like an Oreo cookie. It's not like an Oreo because there's no cream in the middle, but you get the idea. All right, so there we go. And then it says to sand the outside, but I'm going to sand the outside after I put the pins in so that it's not like falling apart and I have to double check, which I can't do because it's on the inside. So we're doing the pins next, and then we're going to sand it. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are pins labeled 3, and we need 8 of them. Where are my 3s? Are they serious? How many sheets are they going to make me flip to find the 3s? They got a bunch of pins here, but they're not 3s. These are, I see a 4 there. All right. Cheat sheet, tell me where the 3s are. Okay, got it. There's a little cheat sheet here. It's a little graphic so you know what page to look for the piece on. And those 3s are far away. Here they are. I think this is them. Yeah, this should be them, right? Yeah, these are the 3s. Right here, 3. How many of them do we need? 8. 8 3s. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. We need about half of what's here. Yeah, good idea. We'll just pop the whole thing out. I'm sure we'll need 3s again at some other point. All right, let's pop some 3s. And of course, all the crypto enthusiasts are now concerned that, oh, there was like a crypto scandal. Now they're going to take away what was good about crypto. You know, like they're going to regulate away what was good about crypto. I mean, you know, that's what the people who deal with this space, that's what they're like worried about right now. Like they're not worried about, like nobody seems to be worried about having, like I don't hear people saying that they themselves lost money. They're like complaining that it's going to be all locked down now, which I guess it's against the spirit of crypto. I don't really know. I never bought any of it, so I couldn't tell you. Just amazing how many of these YouTube commentators are not personally concerned. Like I don't seem to have heard from anyone who lost money yet. Like they vaporized like 32 million, but like whose money was it? Like, I guess there's probably, I would like to hear from the people who lost money, because so far I've only heard from people who theoretically think this is terrible, but I haven't heard from the actual people who lost money. And I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm sure they do. You know, that would be like Sandy Hook, I guess, if you said that, you know, I mean, not as bad because it's money. Obviously not nearly as bad. It's just money, but there are victims. They lost money, so we can't deny that. But it would be nice to hear from them because we haven't yet. Or maybe I just didn't follow it close enough. All right, got my 8 pins. And I think I got about 6 splinters in the process. Now, here's a question. Which direction did these go in? Doesn't really say. And I don't think these sides look any different. So I'm going to go with it doesn't matter. And I'm just going to start sticking pins in. And then I'll sand it after all the pins are in. I only need one pin in, really. And then the rest we can't mess up. We might break a piece. That would be a mess up, but really, once the first pin's in, nothing should be misaligned. Ooh, the first pin is not in yet. Gotta wiggle that a little bit. That's how you do it in the puzzle world. You wiggle the pieces. If you force them, you shatter them. If you wiggle them, you get them in. Might take a little effort, but you'll get them in. There we go. I got 3 in. You would think they'd start going in easier now, but I'm not predicting that. Part of what makes the puzzle sturdy is that it does take a little effort to get it in. I don't know. That was satisfying driving that piece in. I couldn't do it with my fingers, so I just like turned it around and slammed it into the board, and it went in with kind of some yelps of objection, but had no choice really. But I should be careful because now I'm doing it with this next piece and I'm breaking off splinters. But maybe those were the type of splinters that were supposed to be broken off. There's only 2 left. It has to be lined up. Yeah, do you see that? There's some splinters that are supposed to be broken off. Like, that's why we didn't have, like, the right number of splinters. Like, you see some of them are still in there. Well, some of them are not, and some of them are still on the pieces. A lot of splinters with these pins. You definitely can tell that this is, look, you can see this one. That needs to be removed. So you can tell that this is an earlier Ugears puzzle. As I understand, it's a Hall of Fame puzzle, but it's also, you know, they've made improvements since then. There are a few things they do better now. I haven't seen sawtooths in recent puzzles. Whatever this is, I haven't seen it in recent puzzles. And this very thin layer, I think that wouldn't be also in a recent puzzle. All right, got them all in. Just de-splinterifying the desk. All right, now 6 and 7, and they want them waxed up, which reminds me, we have to sand this piece before we go any further. I said I would sand it after all the pins are in, so let's get that done. Actually, that Cabinet of Curiosities show, the kind of theme of the Cabinet of Curiosities is like this old-time cabinet with these wooden pieces that do all this like crazy stuff, which is a real thing. I mean, back then it was like an art form. You could express yourself in cabinetry making, and it's kind of like this, except this we're just like followed by numbers. And I'm sure there were plans back then as well. They might have been secret proprietary plans, or maybe some people sold plans, and you would, you know, cut the wood and follow the plans. All right, 6 and 7, wax them up, put them together. Here they are, 6 and 7. All right. 6. Well, they look very different. Be easy to tell apart. 7. Now, where are we supposed to wax them? It said to use a razor to cut it out. We just pushed it out with our fingers, but anyway. Now, I think they want us to wax this where they're going to fit together, I guess. Not sure why that would need so much wax, but that's what they want. All right, now if we hold this piece like this, and then this piece like this, and then we push them together. That's the plan. All the way together, flush. That's why they needed them waxed, to get them flush. All right, there it is. Is that gonna go in here? It is, but it's gonna get another couple of pieces first, including 5 and then 4. Let's get 5 first. It's this piece right here. It's going to be tricky to get out without breaking. So take your time with piece number 5. You don't want to break it. Okay. Now, line it up. They're showing here, this is bad, this is good. And what they're showing is if it's even or not. I think ours is pretty even. I don't know how it could not be. I mean, if you put all the pins in, I'm not sure what they're exactly showing us there. But I think ours looks good, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. Now, this goes through with the fat end at the back, even with the longer part of that cross. So, I guess push that all the way through, right? It's not going any further. I think we need to wax it up. You don't want to wax it too much. You don't want to slip them back out again, but add a little wax. See if that'll get it in there. I think it's stopping on the second piece here. And that might have even been what they were cautioning us about. So I also see that there's a slit in there, so I think if I pinch them, it'll go through. The pinch should do something, right? At least get it started. Yeah, it's definitely not in far enough. Don't want to break it. Looks like it should be lined up. I don't know what the problem is here. That does not look straight, though, for some reason. All right, you know what? Let's get this on first, and then we'll worry about the rest. This is not going on. This could even be the problem. Somehow not straight. All right, now it's straight. See if we get that in. It's going to be a real problem if we don't get this on. I mean, we're very early in the build. We can't mess this up. Can't break this piece. I got to get it on there. I think I want to back it off and oil it and wax it up a bit. But I got to get it off without breaking it. The fear is that I'm going to push it. It's going to come off all at once. All right. I sort of was able to get it off in a controlled fashion. All right, now I'm going to wax this up some more. And hopefully it's going to fit on now. Let's see. I'll keep it straight. And I should be able to get it on, right? Has everyone been watching has everyone been watching the FIFA tournament? It's been interesting. I've watched, I would say maybe a third of it, and but I've followed the updates from all of it. Not the full like 90 minutes and 90 seconds updates. I remember the last tournament, I didn't watch any games live, but I watched every 90 and 90. This tournament, I watched some games live, but I haven't been as good about watching the 90 and 90, so I can't really explain that. But I at least, know who won the game, whether I actually watched the highlights or not. So this wheel is a problem. It's not a problem, but it's not on. I don't know if that qualifies as a problem or not, but it's not. It's going slanted. Why is it going slanted? That's crazy. I mean, it's probably the same reason it's not going on, but it can't be slanted. We gotta get it straight. It just looks to me slanted, but at the same time, I don't see how I would fix it. So are my eyes deceiving me? I just want to look at it from this angle. Yeah, all right, I guess it's pretty good. All right, so now we need piece number 4 from this angle. So let's just grease this thing right up, wax it up right at the start. Piece number 4, just like piece number 5, we got to be careful. Getting it out without breaking it. Well, that didn't seem very careful, but it also didn't break, so I guess we're okay. All right, there we go. All right. I think we just put it on with the long side matching the long side, and we're good, right? Wow, that went a lot easier than the other side. So we're good. We're good. We built this little crank piece. Gotta put some locks on still. An 8 and a 9 at each side. All right. The 9s go on first and the 8s go on second. So let's grab some 9s. For some reason they say 9-0 and 8-1. They say it in the book and they say it in the piece. I don't know. Does that mean there's like a second 9? I'm not sure why they're mentioning that. Or am I going to use this O to guide me when I'm putting it on? Doesn't seem like it. There's no attention sign and there's no indication. It does say to apply wax to that post and to sand these pieces. So I'll do that. At least I could do, right? All right. How far down does this go? There's a little notch there, so I would say not further than that. Oh, there's no notch there. That's wax. That's wax that I apply. Oh, no, there is a notch. There is a notch. Can we get past that notch? I think we can. We can get past it, yeah. Okay. Did we wax this side yet? All right. Getting a 9. Getting a 9 on each side. And then next we're going to do the 8s. That one definitely stops there. All right, let's get the 8s on. Well, let's punch the 8s out first. And then we'll get them on. These are 8 1s, whatever that means. They're 8 1s. Right? It's on 9 8 on each side. All right, now what next? More waxed up pieces. This time it's a 10 and a 9, but we need to find piece number 28 and get that in there too. So 10, 9, 28, this construction facing this way. So 28, this looks like a keyboard tray, like one of those when you put your laptop on your lap, you put one of those like pillows. That's what that piece number 28 looks like to me. You can describe it some other way if you want. This piece says inside on it. That's an inside piece, I guess. That looks like 28. Indeed, it is 28. All right, so now we need 9 and 10, which are back here on the first page. Actually, those are 15s. Well, let's grab another 9 while we're here. I don't know where the 10 is. The 10, where's the 10? It's on this sheet somewhere. It seems to be, there it is. There's the 10. Okay. We're saying to wax the inside of the piece, but they're also saying to wax this post. So I feel like one or the other, but whatever. They're all, I'll wax them all. They say wax them, I'll wax them. Just studying the orientation on this. I don't think it has one. There's no ink. There is a rough side and a flat side, but I'm not sure which one should go out. It doesn't say in the instructions. So I'm going to put the rough side facing the wheel and the flat side out. I mean, that seems like as good a plan as any. It's a circle. That means it can spin. So I don't think I need to worry too much about orientation at this phase. It could spin as you see. All right, so 9 followed by 10. There's 9. I think 10 is a gear, right? So we're putting a gear on. This is a Ugears model. The gears are usually quite significant to whether or not you get your puzzle to work. Has anyone been following the look left videos? It's like the person looks over their left shoulder and then freaks out. I don't know if it's like a scam, like a global prank, you know? And I don't want to find out personally, but people are making these like videos where they look left and then they drop. Scary if it's real. I don't know how I would know if they're real or not. They like look over their left shoulder. It's a weird thing to do, in my opinion. Why can I not get this on? This number 10 gear is not going on. Just looking at the instructions to see how tight it's supposed to be. It's actually, if you look at the instructions, there might be space between 9 and 10. Let me pull this off to get a look at what the wood underneath looks like. Yeah, there is. They don't touch. 9 and 10 don't touch, so that's good. 10 is fine. All right, next we need piece number 29 and piece number 11. I feel like there should be like another 9 or maybe an 8, but they don't call for it. So we're using 11 and 29. There's 4 15s here. There's 11. And then they're calling this piece 29. Yep, 29 it is. All right. Back side. Top circle, followed by 11. Let's put some wax in there. The instructions say to, so we're going to do it. It's another gear, another crucial piece. Every gear is crucial. You know, if you have one gear, it's like, you know, they say chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Well, I don't know what the expression is, but if one gear doesn't spin, none of them spin. Something like that. Someone come up with a snappy way of saying that. If one gear doesn't spin, none of the gears spin. At least not to their designated purpose. All right, we got to stick 57s in both ends of this. Both ends right in the middle of the gears. So 57s, where can they be found? They're little pin pieces. Can be found right here, actually. A bunch of them. Can push out the whole sheet as we've been doing for these type of pieces. All right, 2 57s. You don't sand and wax these locking pieces as long as you can get them in. If you can't get them in, I guess you can sand them. And then if you still can't get them in, you could wax them. But the thing is, you want locking pins to stay in place. So even if it's tough to get it in, what you really want is it to get in and stay in. So you don't really care too much. You'll like deal with how difficult it is to get it in, because when you get it in, it's not going to come out. You hope. that one started and finished. Where's the other one go? Here. Tricky little piece. Got it started. Was turning. That's why it sounded funny. Got to get it going straight. There we go. That's the good sound. I'll just tap the other one more time. Yeah. Got it flush on both sides. That's looking pretty good. All right. And the next graphic is an inspection. So, how does it look? Does it pass inspection? Mine doesn't. Oh, no, it does. I thought for a second these pins were on the wrong side, but they're not. All right, mine passes inspection. So, we're good. We're moving on to page 6. And we put this away for the time being with the hammer over there. We're going to start something new, which involves a 3, which we have a bunch of those, a 15, we have a bunch of those, and 16, which is a gear. It might be this gear. Yeah, that's number 16. Yeah, so we need a 3. These are the 3s, right? Why did I not say 3 on them? Pretty sure these are the 3s. I'm taking one. Um, 3, 15, and 16. Here's 16. Whoa. Easy. Easy there. Don't want to break the gear. And I'm going to take, there's several 15s, but I'm going to take this one because it was kind of falling out with 16. All right. So 3, 15, 16. It says to put it in one of these. I don't know if they're all the same or not. Does that look like it's each 90 degrees is the same? I think so. I'm just looking if there's any like dot or anything. No, I think it's just 4 repeating quadrants, so it doesn't matter. There's the rough side and the smooth side. That's the closest thing we have. And there's no indicator on the instructions as to which is which. But obviously the gears, you would assume, are the inside. So we're going to put the gears on the rough side. So 1 gear here. Do I have the right piece? I don't want to force in the wrong piece. Do I have the right orientation? Maybe it goes this way. No, it's not going in. Okay. The orientation is not, it was the way I had it the first time, but it didn't go in the first time either. The problem is I've now jammed it in the wrong direction. All right, it's showing that it goes this way. It might be square, and it might not matter. But yeah, that's the way it goes. All right. Okay. The gear spins, so that's good. 3 more 3s and 3 more 15s. 1 on each. 1 on each quadrant. 1, 2, 3. Let's clean them up. Good. Not so good. Good. What's going on? I mean, the gear didn't break, thankfully, but the wood that was supposed to hold it in just like snapped in half. Yeah, I don't know, some weak wood here, or weakly. After it got oh, it's not connected. The gear goes right to the edge, which means the wood is in sections, you know, because the gears go to the edge. All right, 1 more 15. That's garbage. Come on. Okay. So the gears go parallel to the edge. The head, not the gears. The heads of the pins go parallel to the edge. I know that the edge is a circle and technically there's no parallel, but I think you know what I mean. I think you know what it looks like when I say that. This gear's not really, kind of a weird spot to put a gear. Like just on this pin like this. I have to be careful not to push these pins in too far or they'll choke out the gears. See what I mean? They're really tight. I think I gotta, let me get them all in and then I'm gonna push them back to flush. Normally you would like to lock them in, but I feel like they spin better. I don't know. I don't want to make assumptions. I want to do what was correct. Let me see if there's any notes here about what to do. I mean, it looks like the notes say drive them in. I would like to see a picture of what the other side looks like. Yeah, they're showing the top side, which doesn't tell me much. I would like to see the bottom side to know how. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 pictures all of the top side. So we never get to see if the bottom side should be flush or pushed in as much as possible. I'm assuming pushed in as much as possible. The gears turn better if I put them flush. But you know, we can't just like make that call on our own. So they do move. They're kind of tight, but they do move. I would like to back them out a little bit, but I don't know. What if they don't? What if that messes something else up? I'll just kind of keep an eye on that for later. All right, so we put on those 3 pins. Moving to step 4, we're looking for pieces 12, 13, and 14. And 12 looks like an X. 12, 13, well, it's right here. That's 12. That's 13. I don't see 14 yet, but Is it maybe 15? No. 12, 13, and 14. So where's 14? It'll turn up. There's 14. All right. Just 113 at this stage. And then 12, which is this big piece with 17 stuck inside of it. So we'll just pop that out and put it to the side. This is 11. Another broken piece. I'm like breaking the wood. Luckily I haven't broke a piece yet, but I better be more careful because one broken piece and this thing's not going to work. I gotta be more careful. All right, so $13 is gonna go through here. Now, are these symmetric? They're definitely not four-way, but they might be two-way. And two-way, I'm putting the pin in wrong. It's like this. That is loose. I hope that sticks to something. Well, it's gonna go through here. I don't know if that's gonna make it stick. It's literally telling me to wax this, which is gonna make it loose, but whatever. And then 17 and 18 are gonna go on top of here. So 18 is like a locking nut, but 17 is a gear that I assume is gonna touch all those other gears. In fact, it's right here. We just popped it out a minute ago, 17. So there's 17, painted side up. And 18 is a circle. Is it one of these two? Yeah, that'll do. All right, let's get this in the middle of the other gears. I assume that's what it's supposed to do. Yep, that looks pretty good. And then this is gonna lock it on. Have to like feel this all the way down, because you can't just push it because that's risking breaking it. You need like to wiggle it, first of all to get it on, but second of all to get feedback in your fingers so you know if you're breaking it or not. All right, I'm gonna go this side to get it flush, and then I'm gonna flip it around to get it all the way through. All right. Okay. How's that? Well, it doesn't turn. These gears do not turn at all. Are they supposed to? Because they sure don't. I don't know if they're decorative or they're supposed to turn. You would think that they're supposed to turn, right? These do not turn. Well, maybe they do. You know, I had a puzzle recently, the Scout Beetle, where these gears weren't turning the whole way. And then when it was all put together, everything turned because it just, I don't know, it was all like smushed together correctly. Whereas it was kind of like lopsided before it was completed and it wouldn't turn. But then when it was all like tightly packed at the end, it turned like perfectly, like no problem. So The fact that these are lined up, I'm going to say is like good enough for now, but I've been burned before by gears not turning. Maybe in this case, I'm going to, you know, take it apart and fix it if that happens, but I don't even know yet if there's any problem or not. All right, so 19 is going to go on top of this whole thing. We're almost done with this sheet. Looking for 19. I think I found it. Whoops. There's a 51 in the middle of 19. There's no way to get one out without getting the other out. So 51 is going on the sideline. All right. You can sort of see how this matches this. You see this X here, and this kind of matches it as well. Said to put wax on. All right. All right, this circle goes on the same side as this longer part. But it spins, the whole thing spins. So like, well, these are definitely looking like decorative gears in the middle because, I mean, we just put this thing on top. And like I said, the whole thing spins. So, you know, the orientation doesn't even seem that important in that context. I can't believe we had this on and lost it. All right, it's back on. Is there any way to lock that in? All right. Next, it's saying just to like kind of look at this and see if it all looks good and to wax up all of these nubbers here. And those are going to go into two other pieces, 20 and 21. Right. So let's start with 20. 20's got an arrow pointing this way, just to show you how it's supposed to fit on here. We got 4 pieces to go in here. We got them all. We do not have them all. And I tell you, when you flip it over, it doesn't get any easier because you can't tell which one's which. All right, let me get it partially in, then flip it over. No, that's impossible. It falls out. All right, we got to go on. I got to hold it, pinch it, and get it on there. Well, this is why they wanted those pieces waxed. All right, try it now. All right. It's on, but is it correct? I think it is. It's the best I can tell you. I think it's correct. All right. One free there. One free there. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's correct. All right, now the other side goes 21. This is 21. And the arrow goes this way. Oh, we gotta wax these pieces. All right. Second one's a little easier because when you're doing the first one, it keeps popping apart, but when you do the second one, there's a little bit of structure. It's got some nice angle to it there. I'm not sure what this even is, but it looks cool. And there's a check mark. Check mark is an inspection. Let's inspect. All right. Yep. As far as I can tell, that's correct. All right, moving on to page 8. Ooh, we're going for a big piece. And by the way, there's reference to the hammer here. Is the hammer a tool? They seem to be referencing using this hammer like a mallet. Do you think we built this hammer just to use it as a tool? Like during the construction? That can't be right. But they're definitely telling us to to hammer these pieces. They got pictures of the hammer. All right, so 22. Here it is. Here's 22. It's a huge piece. All right, 22 is out. Almost. Okay, now it's out. All right, 22. Artwork on this side. Hammer that into 24. This is 24. It says inside on the ink side. So inside lines up with this. And if you can believe it, it says to use this hammer. So let's do it. So we're using this hammer like a little mallet. I think I could have done it with my fingers, but I suppose the hammer is helpful. Maybe the second one, just for fun, I'll do it with my fingers. This is crazy. They had us build a hammer. That's insane. All right. That's hilarious. All right, 22. All right, looks good. 23. All right. Is this 23? We're doing like this is the fourth like separate thing that we're building. I don't know when all this stuff is going to come together. All right, so this points outward, does it? All right, this looks good. This does not look good until I do it like this. Now it looks good. All right, so this goes here. And we're going to use the hammer again. Oh, I said I was going to use my fingers. Oh well, I forgot to. All right, there we go. Now we're getting somewhere. All right. Well, we have this constructed. We're going to pick up this. and we're going to put it in there. I don't see anything that it's going to catch on. So I think maybe we're going to add something that's going to catch, make this all stick together. Yeah, there's like nothing here yet. I mean, I could stick it in there and kind of gravity will like hold it in place, but I think there should be more than that. Not gravity, but like pressure. All right, so that's just sitting there for the moment. There are 2 available slots, so maybe line it up with which 2 other. Why doesn't it tell me? Anyway, I think I can align it with the first 2 holes, so let's just assume that that's correct for now. And then we'll probably get a piece soon enough that'll clarify things. All right, 25 is the next piece that they want. 25 is quite an elaborate piece. Should be able to spot it from a mile away. Now watch, I won't spot it at all. Looks like it. Yeah. 25 on one side, 26 on the other. All right. Actually, there's 2 25s. 25 on both sides. So these are both labeled 25. They look like just decorations. But let's see. Come on. It's a lot of thin, wriggly little pieces. Definitely tricky. You don't want to break this. I don't see anything that's going to attach to anything. Anyway, it says like kind of put it here, but all right. So the next instruction set is 26 and 27, which are pins, and I assume they're going to go through these 2 holes into this 2 receivers, whatever you want to call it. And somehow they have to go through this. Let me see here. It's like here and here. That is not going to fit those 2 holes. So that's a problem. We might get one of them, but not both of them. Oh, okay. 2 more 26s and 27s on the next instruction, and that's probably going to get the other one. All right, so we need some 26s and 27s. 57, 34. All right. Here's the 26s and 27s. I should just get a pair of each for now. 26 is the bigger one. 27 is the smaller one. All right. So 26 goes up here. 27 goes down here. How are you going to make that happen? I'm not sure. And which one goes through the wood? I'm also not sure. None of them go through. Actually, they do, but they show it in a different spot and on a different instruction. They're showing 2 26s, 2 27s, and 25. Okay, so it looks like this instruction is a repeat of these 2, but maybe it's the other side. Maybe they're showing us the other side. No, I don't think so, because they've got lines, and like this one is showing it going here, and then this one is showing them going here. So they're different. And they're also like upside down in this one. I'm confused. I'm gonna go with my gut here and drive this 26 all the way through to here. Might be making a mistake, or I might be doing it correct. I don't know. Feels correct. Until you go to put 27 in. Then it feels like it's not going to reach. This is not the spot. It's correct in the sense that it goes through this piece inside, but it's incorrect in the spot that I put it through this ornamental piece. It should go a little higher. Actually, no, that looks like the right spot. So then why does it not fit? Why does the bottom pin not fit if that's the right spot? You can see the hole for the bottom pin there, but you can't seem to get this one down there to reach it. These pieces look like they're in the right spot, which means this top piece is probably also in the right spot. But why can I not get the second piece in? It's like this top piece needs to go down a little. How do we do that? All right, I think I got it in. Nope. can see the hole. It can be done. Just have to get it in there. Wow. That piece is going in last. I'm moving on to other pieces because that's just not happening. Maybe once I get the other pieces in, it'll go in. All right, so another 26 goes. Actually, that's a 27. So there's another 27 goes here. I'm just gonna put it there first.
How's the stream going?
It's good. I'm doing Ugears Hurdy Gurdy, which is
Hurdy
like,
Gurdy?
yeah, it's like a famous puzzle. You build a working like musical instrument. Here's the strings for it.
Oh, I've heard of this thing.
Yeah.
This is a wacky instrument.
Yeah. Yep. So this is the first day. Though I think we're making good progress.
Will it actually make the music sound?
It had me build a hammer. Yeah, they will build. It will do the music sounds.
There's no way. There's no way.
It's supposed to. That's the idea. It's supposed to do that. Yeah.
Why do you have a tiny little wooden mallet?
I don't know, but we did use it as a mallet. They had me slide these pieces together. Yeah, look.
Boom.
See? Mallet. Yeah, don't break my table.
Oh, is that what you're doing in here?
Oh, you heard me hitting the mallet?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. Guest appearance by my son, Nick. Can be seen in many of the Temple of Iron videos if you follow that series. All right, that's in. Is it only attached at the back? It seems like there's another open piece here, but I don't see how anything's possibly going to attach to that. Yeah, I don't know. By the way, on the after the next instruction, we're going to attach this to this, so it's all coming together here, which means after we get it all together, I'm probably going to stop the stream for the night because that's like a perfect time to stop it when everything's together. All right, let's get some more 26s and 27s. All right, the other side. All right. Oh. We need this first. 25. I wonder if I put this piece like backwards. I think I did correct. Yeah, I think so. All right. This piece is going to lock into this piece, and then it's all just ornamentation after that. Well, I mean, as far as this piece goes, there's plenty more to do. That's not ornamentation in the whole construction, but as far as attaching these 25s. It's on target. At least I think it is. Yep, that's in. All right. Oh, this one looks like it's gonna fit. I don't know why the other side was like so impossible. Wait a minute. Is this a 25 or a 20? Did I pop out the two 27s? This looks like it just drops right in. How come the other side wasn't like that? Like, it's like too easy on this side, but on the other side it didn't fit at all. What was the problem? Trying to get that piece in. Definitely not an easy piece to get in from either side. All right. All right, 26. That piece seems long, like it's supposed to catch something on this side, but it doesn't. It doesn't catch anything. Maybe it will. Maybe something will be added at some point, but right now it's not catching anything. Piece just fell out because it doesn't catch anything. Meanwhile, the other one is so tight that it won't go in. What's that all about? One's so loose it doesn't stay, the other's so tight it won't go in. That's crazy. Should we use the hammer? This seems like a bad idea. I'm gonna stop doing that. I don't know why this seems like a better idea. I'm just pushing it into the table, but somehow seems like less problematic. It's not totally in yet. There we go. Now it's a 28 that's tight. On the other side, the 27 slid right in, which means it also slides right out. That's very annoying. All right. Wait a minute. Which is the top? I've gotten confused here. All right, this is the top. Just need one more 26. It's the same one we couldn't get in the beginning. 27, actually. One more 27. That's the one we couldn't get in the first time. We're gonna try again. The last 26 won't go in, and the last 27 won't stay in. And they're on different sides, so it's not like they're pulling each other off course. Well, that's not going to go in tonight. I'm not going to worry. I'll worry about that one tomorrow. Okay. What we are going to do is we're going to drop this in. This is the way it goes. And then we're going to stop the stream for the night. I think this is pretty good progress for one day. Does it say to use the hammer? It does. It does say to use the hammer. All right. I feel like I'm risking things using the hammer. I also think people are going to complain because it's late at night. Sides on, but I just felt that 27 fly out again. Nothing I could really do about that. Just keep picking it up and putting it back in. Here it is. Yeah, there it goes. Hasn't really like started going in yet. Now it has. Now it should be easy. Same issue on the front side. It's like once you get on track, it's pretty easy. But when it's not on track, it's very stubborn. Right. All right, is that supposed to stick out, the front one? Let me see here. No, it's not. That front one needs to go down further. So does the back one, for that matter. They both need to go down further. I guess that's why we have a hammer. People are gonna complain if I keep hitting this thing with a hammer. And it's 1 a.m. in the morning here. It's a Saturday, but still. Let's try to do this without the hammer. It's tricky because I can't use the desk either because of the wheel. So far, I just know the title and saw one like screenshot, but apparently it was supposed to be like a big Thanksgiving movie and it didn't happen. I think FIFA is another thing that's going on. Like, for example, I was very distracted this week by FIFA games. Like today was the worst. It was like 3 FIFA games, then a Jet game, then the Sienna game. So like I couldn't get anything done today until about 7:30 at night. Or before. Actually, I shouldn't say that because I got some stuff done during the FIFA. I wasn't like sitting at the couch watching it. I was like working, moving around. It was just on in the background. Anyway, so yesterday we built this little hammer, which I'm not sure if that's part of the musical instrument or if it's just part of like putting this together, because we had to hammer these like boards together. And then we built like 3 segments, which is this sort of trapezoid and then this wheel and this gear. And then the last thing we did before ending the stream is put the 3 together. So I thought that was like perfect time to end the stream. And then here's what we're trying to build. It's Hurdy Gurdy. It's a working stringed instrument. Supposedly when we're done, we'll be able to play it, you know. and play some music on it. The back of the book has, I believe it has some music. Ode to Joy, medieval rock and roll. Oh, sounds interesting. Let's check it out. You can see that crank there. And here's how to make the notes. So they actually even tell you how to play it and then give you some music to play. I see this. Like, I was wondering what this was, and I'm still not really sure what it is, but I see them using it here. So I guess we're going to be doing that on the last page. So where did we leave off yesterday? It's definitely before that. I think this is it right here. As you can see, we built this little trapezoid, and then we put in it this piece, which involved putting on these face pieces, and then we put the wheel in, and then that's it. We ended with this checkpoint. So page 9, so we're moving now to page 10. You know what's interesting? This stream didn't break once, and we're up to 4 minutes. It usually breaks twice in the first 2 minutes. It didn't break today for whatever reason. All right, so as you can see here, we're going to get a huge piece right now. The piece is labeled 30. It has the logo of Ugears on it, and it has the name of the build on it, which is not the case with every build, but this one has it. And it basically looks like a violin. Maybe it's a little smaller than a violin, but in terms of these Ugears wooden models, it's a huge piece. All right. So there's the number 30, in case there was any doubt. But I mean, look at this piece. There was no doubt that this was piece number 30. All right, so let's get this out. And there's a caution, but the caution just says to keep the inked side up, which I think we would do. No, it's not that we would do. I mean, they do need to tell us, but it's like they don't need to caution us. It's like so obvious. We got the Ugears logo, the Hurdy Gurdy model name, and I think that's someplace for you to write in, in case you go to a group and you're all playing your Hurdy Gurdies, you can write your name here and you know which one's yours. So it's supposed to snap on the back here. I see about 9 connectors, 3 here, 2 here, 2 more there. So I also see that, I'm just checking the distance here. I want to move this camera a little bit so I don't work off camera. All right, let's see if that's a little bit further towards the edge. Hopefully it's not perfect, but I think it's good enough that I won't do anything off camera, anything too important. All right, so there's 9 pieces here that are going to attach. And I think these 4 we can read fairly well. And I think that they're these 4 pieces. So there's a lot of other connectors nearby, but we've got those 4. And then across the bottom, it's got to be these 3. That's actually even more convincing. If you see these 3 here, they go obviously to these 3. That's the only option. It's the only line with 3. So I think that's where I'm going to start because I can't mess that up. Well, it's not easy to connect 9 pieces at once. So this might take a minute, but we'll get it. So last night I watched some more of that Cabinet of Curiosities on Netflix, and as they go along, I can't guarantee it's going to be like this, but so far our experience is that the episodes are getting longer as they go along, but we still have a few more to watch, so I don't know for sure. But I mean, they're almost to like movie length. That like the one we watched yesterday was like 114 minutes, or no, 74 minutes, like an hour and 14 minutes, I think it was. So I mean, that's practically a movie at that point, especially considering that they're self-contained. They're not like they're not connected to each other. Each episode, I mean, they're totally not connected. It's like different actors, different stories, different themes. There's like nothing other than that. They're all introduced by Guillermo del Toro, and they're all kind of horror. They're totally not the same. I heard people compare it to Hitchcock Presents, which is a very old show where Hitchcock would come out in the beginning and introduce the show, and then it would go. And well, I don't know if that started as like a stage show, but I think it usually would have Hitchcock also playing one of the roles. I don't want to say for sure because maybe something happened that I didn't notice, but I don't think Guillermo del Toro was playing any roles in the Cabinet of Curiosities. I think he just comes out at the beginning and introduces it. But he's always in the same place by the cabinet, which is like this mock cabinet that's, as far as I know, not in any of the episodes. It's just like for the introduction. Whereas I think Hitchcock would walk out onto the set where they were, you know, where it would take place, and he would like interact with set pieces. All right, I think we got this. Well, let me just tighten it up, but nope, it's not. Wasn't quite on yet. There was one piece, this piece wasn't in yet. And now I'm just checking that all the pieces are in completely. You don't want to leave them like sticking out. And I think that they're not in yet completely. That's why you're hearing those noises of me squashing them in. Here, this one, see that one? You can see they have these 3 lines. You can see the 3 lines there, so it means it can go in further. When it's fully in, you won't see those 3 lines. Here's another 3 lines. So push that one in. All right. That's looking pretty good. All right. What do you think? Hurdy Gurdy. It's looking like something already. And we're only about 2 hours into this. I forget how many hours it takes. But anyway, look at this piece. They put these pieces like, they're just not that like secure. Some of them go in and interact with other pieces and then they stay secure. Some of them you just stick in there and they can slide out. I could wedge something in there and prong, you know, push those two, because there's a line in the middle. I could push them apart from that line and then they would stay in. But I don't know if later in the build I'm going to be hooking something into that, and I won't want to do that. But if it gets to the point where I'm closing this up and that hasn't happened yet, I will fork that thing. All right. So what's next? It shows here a caution, which I wish I'd seen before I clipped this together. Let's take a look at what this caution is showing. It's saying, caution, don't leave space. So how I was telling you, if you can see the 3 lines, it's in the wrong place. So we already figured that out. So that's done. Though I should have looked at that before I attached this. It's funny though, because they didn't put the caution here. They put it at the QC, which I guess makes sense. Stop in QC, and yes, you can push it together if it's not close together yet. You can see there, they're showing a picture, and you can see like those tabs, like the 3 lines, exactly what I was saying. All right, so now we need put this away, and we're gonna start on some new pieces. We need 33 and 2 34s. All right. This sheet is both just started and almost done. A lot of them are like that. There's some big pieces in this build. All right, 33 and 2 34s. So 33, these pieces are small. Like, this thing is not to scale. Like, look here. Like, this piece is this whole thing. And then this piece is this little thing. And the 34s are these little things. So like the sizes on this instructions can be all crazy. You can't tell by them. They're like, it shows one piece big and one piece small. Oh, where's our little golf tee? That's useful in these builds. All right. Here. I'm just wondering if the sides matter. I don't see how they do. I'm not sure how this goes in. It looks like this. The long end sticking out. And no, not yet. They're gonna want wax in a minute, but not yet. Gotta get these in here. Of course, they would go in easier with wax, but they would also come out easier with wax. So you have to know when to use wax and when not. Simple ones are, if it's a gear, you want to wax it. If it's a locking pin, you don't want to. But there are some other situations that are not so clear, and I guess the answer is just do whatever the instructions say. If it says wax it, wax it. If it doesn't say to wax it, don't wax it. Though it's really tough to get this piece in without waxing it. Am I possibly doing it the wrong direction? No, it's definitely this is the right way. Let me try this side. Wow. Tough. It's like they didn't make this hole big enough. There's like impression on the wood where I'm pushing this in. How am I supposed to get it in? Nope, that's not happening. Let's try this side. Other piece, other side. Wow, that is just incredibly tight. Did I grab the wrong pieces? 34. Yep, these are 34s, but they don't fit. Is this the wrong piece? 33. Nope, that's the right piece. That's 33. All right. This has to fit in here. Somehow. Let me see what I'm dealing with here. Okay, it seems doable. It's going to be really tight. Nope. Wow. Look at it. You can see it crushing in on both sides, and it's crushing the pin. It's like this thing just does not fit. But yet, we must make it fit. And I cut my thumb. That's not helpful. I cut it earlier in the day, which is not helpful to be doing a wooden puzzle a few hours later. This is not going in. Should we use the wax? Do you think it'll even help? You can see it like crushing in there. So I think the wax is not even going to help. Oh, it doesn't go here. It goes here. All right, well, hopefully I didn't break those pieces too bad. So they go in the circle. The 34s go in the circles. Wow. I was almost breaking that board. Hopefully I didn't break it too badly. They go in the circles. 34s go in the circles. Don't do what I did. I messed up. All right, now we need two 35s. And we're gonna wax them first. Well, I'm kind of glad that I didn't fit those in because I probably would have destroyed the rest of the build. All right. Okay. Now 36. 36 has some crap built into it, mainly 339s. So let's detach those. All right, now there's our two circles again. They're going to go on the other side. Okay. Now what? Probably locking pins because these don't lock. In fact, they turn. They so don't lock that they turn. But we can lock the wood and leave these rolling. But that's not what's next. In a way it is. Or it's not locking pins though. It's locking frames. We need two 37s. Well, we have 34, 33, 34, 35, 36, 38, 39, but I don't see 37. Doesn't seem to be on this board. All right. So it's some other board. I gotta look for it. It shows a picture. Oh my goodness. I just snapped off a bunch of threes, which we've dealt with threes before. It shows a picture of the board. And that board is one that we've taken a lot of pieces from. Is it this one? No. It's not that. All right. I probably skipped right over it, right? Looking for 37, 32. I haven't thrown any boards out yet, right? So it's we took these pieces that we did yesterday. We took them from this board. Where is it? Did I throw the board out? That would be stupid. Did I think it was empty? All right, it's this board. No, it's different. We need this piece, but we need it for a different section. It's not this board. I was looking at the wrong picture. There's like 5 boards on this page. And I'm not sure which one. I think it's this one. That's board 8, which is of course, the last one. There it is. Sorry about that. All right. There's 2 37s. Just making sure I've got it orientated correctly. So there's the notch, and this goes, I think, in between here. You see there's like space to catch both those boards. Well, I think that's what's supposed to happen here. With the 2 37s. They have these little like things, and they go in, they catch in there. Way smaller than the hole that they're going into, which is a little weird, but that's what happens. All right, so 2 37s are in. Now I need 2 38s. And as I recall, that was way at the other end. Yep, there's some 38s. Boy, we're like flying all over the boards here to get these pieces. I've had other ones, other puzzles where they were pretty good how the boards went like sequentially, but this one you got 5. I mean, look at this. There's 1, 2, 3. There's 5 steps on this page. See the green numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps. And now the references for the parts: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 steps, 5 boards. I've had other ones from Ugears where they did an amazing job of going, sequentially 1 board at a time. You would like finish 1 board and then start on the next board, and they were all in order. This is not one of those puzzles. With that said, it still seems to be moving right along. So I guess they know what they're doing. I just broke that piece. So I'm going to take another piece out. I'm not sure how badly that's broken, but it may not be a big deal. But I'm going to take a 3rd piece and hope that that's an extra. And this time I'm going to take out first the part that broke on the last one, because we don't want that to happen again. Okay. Still in there. All right, now it's out. All right, this little thing can go in the garbage. All right, now these 38s go. It's always tricky to get the direction. So the best thing to do is to put the piece in the same direction as the picture. It makes it easier to follow. And then these both point out. Actually, turns out to be, this would be tough to mess up because you just have to remember they both point out. So we're going to lock these where? On top of these pieces, right? There's a little arrow. It's on both sides. Yeah, I think it works the same either direction. Doesn't say anything about wax because these are locking pins. It's like a double locking pin or locking bolt, locking nut. I don't know. I gotta learn the terminology. whatever it is, it's on. Now we need two 39s. Are they on the same board? We're gonna find out. No, they can't be, because as we know, we're using 5 boards for 5 steps. Board 6. Here, is this board 6? I think that's board 5. Here's board 6. Ooh, there's some huge pieces on board 6. All right, but all we need are 39s, which come from here, which apparently I already detached. 57. Here they are, 39. So 39, we need 2 of them, and they're gonna go on these 2 pieces that are sticking out. Did I break that? I broke some splinter off it, but I think it's still intact. What is that tiny piece? What the heck is that? Oh, that was the piece that broke off of this. Like one layer of the plywood broke off. All right, well, there's no fixing that. Let's toss it in the trash. All right, now, how do we get these 39s on? I think they're only going to fit one direction. So that's the direction we put them in. They don't go on all the way. They just go on like a little bit until that split in the line disappears, that fork. That's as far as they go. Okay. And then QC, a little checkpoint there. Checkpoint Charlie. All right. These point out. These got some little nipples. Pardon my French. That looks pretty good. All right, now 31. How about that? Why did we build this if we're next going to 31? All right, I guess we're gonna need it when they clip together. So 31 is the other half for the Hurdy Gurdy. It's gonna be a huge piece. How am I not seeing a huge piece? All right, there it is. For the record, that's on board 4. If you need to know it's on board 4, you're probably not going to finish this puzzle. All right, here it is. I think that's good to go. Just going to pop that out. There was some 86s or 85s. I'm not sure what they are. These were in there. 86, I think. Pop those out. There's a lot of little stuff here, but this is the piece we want. And then we got to go back to board 1 for this other piece. Which one of these is board 1? It's got to be this one, right? Yeah, board 1. Should keep all the numbers on the same side. Right now, everything but board 1 had the number on that side. So going forward, board 1 will have it on that side. So this is the piece we need. It's piece 32. But we actually don't need it yet. They want us to first put 2 3s through this. I don't know why we would do that first. They're also showing putting them through from the, so that they stick out on the ink side, which seems a little odd to me, but we'll do it. Do you remember these pieces? Actually, I'm going to start with this one. They look like little aliens. They got like a head with 3 eyes and then 2 legs. A little mushroom alien people. Anyway, I'm taking this one because it's the last one on this piece of wood. So now I'm done with this piece of wood. And then I take the first one from here. All right. Are these pins gonna fall right out when I put them in? Also, where do I put them in? That's gonna be tricky. I think it's these 2 pieces. But I could be wrong. I think so. Now, see, they're loose. This is what I was worried about. They're just gonna fall right out. Oh, okay. We're gonna attach to that. We're immediately gonna attach that piece. Okay, here it is, that piece. Okay. Maybe those 2 right there. Yep, I think so. So they're gonna go behind this like fretboard here. Not fretboard, I forget what it's called. Holds the strings down. Although in this case, I think it's gonna be that circle comes through it. Fretboard is the part where you put your fingers, but I think in this build, you just like press buttons. You don't actually put your fingers on them, on the strings, though I'm sure you could. You don't have to press the buttons. I'm sure you could play it with your fingers. All right, Ugears logo. And that's the checkpoint. We're done with page 11. Moving on to page 12. Only one sheet for page 12, and that sheet is sheet 6. Let's bring, is that sheet 6? Doesn't look like it. Probably would be smart to keep them in order. But order would get messed up every time you move something. There's sheet 6. All right. So, has to wax up this thing. I'm actually not a huge fan of the waxing, other than the gears. It helps get the stuff in, but it makes it more wobbly. All right. That's the first thing we're doing, is we're attaching this to this through these 4. So that means it goes this way. Think we can get it all the way through? I guess that's why we waxed up. Feels like it's going through. There we go. And look, there's going to be something going through here. You can see that. All right. And that something is going to happen pretty soon. Right now. We're going to do it right now. We're going to find 2 40s, wax them up, and we're going to slide them through these 2 pieces. The 40s should be on page 6, right? They said that's the only one we need. We got 3 more 3s on page 6. 3 is obviously a big number of this build. I don't see 40s anywhere. You sure these are 40s? Yeah, they say 40 right on them. Are 40s the ones that we popped out long ago? I'll tell you, those look like 3s to me. All right, so they're supposed to be like right here. No. Just trying to, Yeah, they're supposed to be right here. Oh, these are 40s. Okay. So we're actually going to be using a lot of 40s. They come in pairs. And by the way, look at these. They're like curved or something. So we got to make sure we get the curve right. Looks like the kind of curve like upward. Well, of course we're working on the back side, so it's really downward. Unless, no, this is going to be the top, right? So actually they're going to end up pointing down, but at least for the moment, they're going to point up. So that's where they go, right? Well, they should be locked in tight once these pieces go in. I'll get one in. I'll get them both in, and then I'll try to get them both in, like, really push them through. All right, so they're both through at a minimum. And now I'm going to try to push them all the way through. Should I use that fake hammer they had us build? Doesn't even matter how deeply we push them in. They haven't pushed all the way in, but they don't have a caution telling you to do that. But I'm going to do it. Why not? I'll tell you, though, they're not coming out. Even if I don't get them all the way in, those things ain't coming out. All right, so 2 more of those. Now going this way, again, pointing up, which is really down. Just think of it as pointing up for now. We got 110s, which are fancier looking locking pins, fancier versions of 40s. So I guess they're going to be on the visible side. I'll tell you, I like the flare on this project. It looks good and it's a playable instrument. I mean, it costs the same, the same as the other puzzles. They don't charge extra, but this is like a Hall of Fame piece. It's got 2,000 something reviews online. So it's obviously, and there's a guy who assembles it and then plays it, and his video has like 8 million views. I'm not obviously attempting to compete with that, but, and just a reminder, the whole point of this channel is so you turn it on and fall asleep. I got to do an intro video, I know. I just took 9 days off from work. You would think I would get it done, but there was so much FIFA football going on that I actually didn't get to it. Even though I'm pretty sure I could do it in 90 seconds on the first take. So I don't know what's stopping me. I think I'm just letting it, like ruminate for a little while and try to like, make sure I'm saying what I want to say and how I want to say it. And whenever I feel ready, I'll do it, and it'll take 90 seconds and it'll be done. All right. Wow, this piece came together quickly. I mean, we worked all night on the other half. This is like done in a second. All right. Make sure they're flush. Okay. They're now cautioning us. Push them in all the way. So let's do that. I think that's as far as it will go. I mean, yeah, that's as far as it's going to go. All right, that's done. Now, we need some, why does this piece say H? The pieces have numbers, not letters. You know why this might say H? It might be a tool, not a buildable piece, because they're showing it in the next panel, pushing out 43s. So maybe H is a tool, and that's why it doesn't get a number. All right, but now we have to find it. And it's not on this picture here. So we have to just look for piece labeled H. The good news is it also says Ugears on it, so it should stick out like a sore thumb. Why was punching the tool out not the first thing we did? I mean, we're through like 12 pages. We could have used this tool. Why are they just telling us about it now on page 12? I'll tell you what, I don't even see this thing. It's supposed to have the Ugears logo on it. Should be, here it is, Ugears. All right, so It's on page 7. The pages they show, the sheets they show here are 2 and 4. So they don't mention where to get this. So I'll tell you it's on page 7. It's labeled with an H, which means it's not part of the puzzle, it's a tool. So this should have been the first thing that we punched out on day 1. So I should put a comment on the day 1 video and say, go to page 7 and pop out piece H. You're gonna need it. Because what I've been using this like golf tee for, I could have been using this for, and it probably would have worked better. Whatever. All right, so now we need 4 43s and 41. 4 43s and 41. The 4 43s are on, I think, page 2, but it actually doesn't show them. Well, definitely the 41 is on page 2, so that's the first place we're going to check. I'm going to put that golf tee away. I don't think I need it anymore. All right. There's the 43s right there. And here's the 41. So we got everything we need here. On sheet 2. Come on. There we go. Now 4 43s. I knew that was going to happen. Of course it's going to pop the whole thing out. There's 5 of them. One of them could be extra. Ugears usually very generous with these pins, which is good because they can break and flake. A lot of things can happen to them. All right, so look at this. So we popped it out with this side here, and now we're using the tool on the very next instruction. We used it on 1 to grab it, on 2 to pop it out, and on 3 to use the other side like a hammer. So how we went 12 pages without using this tool, and now we use on 3 consecutive instruction panels, cells. All right, I think these go either direction. The ink, I think they're gonna go in, stick halfway out on the ink side. Looks like they go this direction. And I assume they want them flush. They're saying like, push on it with this piece. If I push on it with this piece while it's against the desk, the result should be that it's flush. There we go. Just do that 3 more times. Oh my goodness, I got fooled. They have a picture of this piece, and I was like trying to pick it up. So sometimes the pictures are the same size as the piece. Not always, but sometimes. These tiny little pieces could easily go in sideways, and that'll cause a problem when we're trying to connect like all 4 of these to something, and something's not straight, but then you'll just wiggle it and get it to fit on, and then it'll get straight in the process. All right. So we got our 4. Oh, are they all flush? This one doesn't feel flush. For whatever reason, this one's not in all the way. Oh, is it that one or the other one? Oh, now suddenly yeah, it's this one. All right. I don't know why the other side doesn't feel flush, but it's not going any further. Maybe it's a little slanted. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about that too much. All right, so next is piece 42, which is on sheet 4. And it's going to attach to that. All right. Nope. That's piece 54. I think it was, oh, we're looking for piece, okay, piece 4. I'm looking at piece 54 here, so we do need that, but we need piece 42, which was back on the sheet that we just were dealing with. Was sheet 2, I believe. Yeah, here's sheet 2. And there's piece 42. It's a tricky piece to get out. It's like 4 long, skinny pieces with just a circle connecting them. That circle could easily break, or could any of the 4 arms. Anyway, now we gotta put this on here. Yep, just drop it on. All right. There we go. Now, put this aside for a second, and we're going to connect 54 to 55. Man, I'm really good at losing these sheets. I just never seem to have the one that I need in hand. All right, here's 55. There's actually 2 55s. Maybe one's going to go on each end. But for now, just put one on this short end. These ends are not symmetrical, the short end. And push it all the way in, I think. Yeah. Now, the caution sign. So we're going to pick this piece up like this, and we're going to attach this to it, and it's saying be cautious doing that. I'm not sure what we need to be so cautious about. Oh, that we put it on the right side. See this arrow here? Be cautious that the arrow is pointing in a different direction than the side with this piece on it. So it's pretty like fragile connection for the time being. Let's see what happens when we turn the page. All right. We're going to put the other 55 on. I think pretty much everyone predicted that. But it's going to be loose, right? Is it going to stay on? It's loose on this side. It's going to be loose on the other side too. Maybe I'm going to put it on, and then next we're going to like lock it in somehow. Because right now it's loose. Like a long neck goose. All right, okay. It is a little better now because the top part is locked in, and that fixes the width of these pieces, so it is actually, it's better. But we are also going to put locking pins on, and those are 56. The weird thing is there's multiple posts, and okay, but they're at different lengths. Okay, good. So we need 2 56s, and those are on sheet 2. This is sheet 4. There also could be pieces that we put over here because they keep falling out. But in this case, yeah, there's no 56s here. They probably are among the pieces that we knocked out. Is 56? All right, 56. But what sheet does it come from? It doesn't really show it here. I mean, look, the highlighted ones. So I went for 2 thinking it was like one of these, but it doesn't seem to be. So now we just have to go look for the 56 because it's not. All right, supposedly it's on either 3 or 4, but I don't see it there. Those are the only sheets referenced, 3 and 4. All right, here's 54, here's 55. If there ever was a place to add 56, this would be it. Of course, it's not here. All right, so 2, 3, and 4. But I'm gonna check every sheet, just in case. Looks like a double circle. Double nut, like a double nut. That makes sense. Among Us. There's 56. So it is on 3. Oh, and it is highlighted. How I didn't somehow just didn't see it. All right, I guess as mentioned many times, there's 3 of them, and we only need 2. Another fragile piece. There's like a lot of fragile pieces. It's amazing we don't break more of these pieces. All right. No wax. The next phase we're putting wax on, but not here. I think these go the same either way. I don't think you can mess up. As long as you get them on, you're good. Yeah. Top, bottom, left, right, inside, outside. They're just all the same. If you just stick them on. All right, now. They want us to wax from the back. All of these, like they want this whole back waxed. How crazy is that? Why do they want that? That's crazy. What are they up to? All right, I guess we're gonna find out. Whole back waxed. Let me just put more on there. There you go. The whole back is waxed. Now, 44 and 45. Stick them together. I think those are on sheet 2, right? Yeah. 44 and 45. Which one's which? I'll put 44 over here and 45 over there. All right. Wax them up. All of a sudden, everything needs to be waxed. Okay. So like this. Just stick them together. Stuck. Maybe I didn't wax them enough. What is going on here? All right. Good. Wow. Well, I didn't hear a crackling sound, so I guess I didn't think I broke it, but it definitely felt like it could have been broken. All right, so this goes into 46, which is also on sheet 2. So right here. this the same from either direction? Looks like it's the same, yeah. Put that on as far as it'll go. Ooh, another gear on the other side. 48. And they want that waxed up too. And that's on sheet 3. There it is, 48. Let's wax it up. They said wax it. We got to do it. Wax on, wax off. How do I know when I've gone all 360 degrees? When I start seeing the wax show up. All right. Nice. Got a little gear here. And now what do we do with it? We put a 47 on each end. Lock them in. All right. Those are on sheet 2. I don't see them on sheet 2. That's sheet 3. Okay. There's the 2 47s. They're just locks. Just jam them on there. All right, 47s are on. What next? Oh, more wax. They're just like, just keep waxing this piece up. I mean, look at the directions. The directions say, and I quote, wax that thing up. Actually, I can't quote. It's a picture only, but those picture is like, give this thing as much wax as you can. Like, take that already waxed piece and just keep adding wax to it. All right, 49 and 50. I believe those are on sheet 6. $49, $50. We'll always put the low number to the left and the high number to the right. That'll be our default arrangement pattern. Especially when we can't tell. All right, this one says click together first, wax second. Grab 49, grab 50, push them through, and then wax. There's a little keyhole there. I assume that's where that's going. All right, there we go. It's there. Wax that thing up. All right, 51. On page 6, which we're on. Why don't I see it? Oh, because it popped out already. We popped it out before it was inside of another gear. So there's 51. It was inside of 19, which we used like yesterday. All right. Wait, is this the gear or is this garbage? I think this is the gear, right? And this is garbage. It looks like a gear. I feel like I shouldn't throw it out. Well, I'll dumpster dive later if I need it. Okay, now push this through here. There we go. 52M. put on 3 52Ms. Why are some pieces have number and then a letter, like 52M? I bet you there's no other 52s. Well, there's 52. Oh, 52L? I wonder if I messed these up already. 52, something I can't read. M. There's 52Ms. So there's 4 52Ms and one. That's not a 52L. That's a 47L. I don't know. All the 52s are M's. I don't understand why they need to say M. If they all say M, and if they didn't all say M, then my question would be, I don't understand why they don't give it a different number. Anyway, they all say 52M, so you can just use whichever one you want. We need 3 of them. Okay. Okay, there we go. Ooh, it's time to do something. Well, first, let's put some more wax on there. I mean, the whole instruction 5, it just says add wax to what you already built. By the way, the previous instruction said to sand it. I didn't sand it, but I think it's pretty good. Okay. Now they want us to hook something to something else. They had us build like so many pieces and nothing's hooked up yet. So I'm getting I potentially could get confused. I'm not confused yet. Okay, I am slightly confused. They're showing us adding this piece to here, which is here, and they're showing a gear above it. Oh, okay, there's a gear above it. Okay. Oh, and there's also this thing. They're having us build all this little stuff, but none of it's attached to anything yet. But I guess it's about to start happening. All right, we're going to stick this one in ass backwards and hook it up to the other gear. Oh, that's going to be the crank, like when we're done, right? Wow, okay, there you go. Okay, so that's good, because that's going to be really important when it's a musical instrument. This piece is not quite locking in, and it wouldn't, because we waxed the hell out of it, so of course it doesn't lock in. But I guess at some point there'll be something that locks it in. You know, maybe out here there'll be like pressure lock. All right, but for now it's just kind of hanging out there. All right, and we're done with page 15. The thing just fell right out. All right, the next piece is gonna lock it, I think. It's piece number 53. It's kind of a wishbone, and it's gonna go around here and into here. So that's exactly that locking pin that we were hoping for, because they knew that this was gonna fall out without it. I mean, I can't even keep it there for a second. I'm gonna wedge this underneath it. Otherwise, it's just gonna roll all over the table. All right, 53 is on page 2. There it is. Where'd it go? Would it fall out? That's where it used to be, but it's not here. No, that was 53. Yeah, 53. Where'd it go? They like fall out and go somewhere? They're like sitting on the table? There it is. It fell out. Okay, whatever. No big deal. All right, I think I'll just do it like from this angle so that at least we have gravity on our side. Okay. By the way, they say to wax this little gear. I guess we hadn't done that yet. I'll just keep turning it and waxing it as I go. Have I gone 360 yet? I think I have. All right, now, time to lock it in. Is this flat on the bottom? It is. I can flip it over and finish it from this angle. Not flush yet. I want to break that wishbone. All right, good. It's in there. And it turns. We're in great shape. All right, what's next? Now, we're going to use this and this. This is going to lock in down here, and this is going to wedge in between. We're going to put the short side in without the 3 rings first into this circle. And it's part of these gears. Look at this. Well, these gears all of a sudden don't turn. Okay, they do turn. Kind of labored, but they do turn. Maybe it's going to be better after this gets slid on. Now, which direction does this go? Well, it's easy. The artwork goes on the outside. Artwork on the outside, pins into the bottom. There's 2 circles. There's 2 circles. They align with the 2 gears. And then we're going to check that everything spins. It's not as easy as you would think. I think I'm going to put this one in first, the circle through first, and hold it by that. And this bottom circle is tricky because these pins make it too high. You see what I mean? It's like I got to get the pins in to get it low enough to go on the bottom circle. Do we need to angle this up a little bit? It's in. Let's get the top one in. Top one's in. Let's lock it down. All right, good. You're good here. Everything is looking good. There's no... Where do we attach the crank? Maybe here? Definitely not the bottom one. And by the way, things are not looking good. These gears are not... Fuck. These gears are not... Okay, now they are. They were off. The gears weren't lined up. No, they are. All right, so we're good to go now. I'm just testing that the gears spin. They do absolutely spin. The more I spin them, the better they spin. All right, the gears look pretty good. Very happy about that. I don't know, this piece fell out again. Where did this come from? All right, right here. Yeah, that's not too bad. I think we knew about that troublesome piece. This is looking nice. Let's put the top on, right? Is that the next instruction? I think it is. Next instruction, absolutely after, of course, inspection. All right, let's see if this passes inspection. No gaps in the bottom. Wheels turn. All right, time to put the top on. I'm not sure how this goes. I think we just leave this open until the top is on. And maybe it's going to lock into here or something. I don't know. All right. Time to put the top on. And it's really going to start looking like an instrument. Are we missing anything before we lock this in? We said we were going to fork these pieces so they wouldn't fall out. Should we do that? Or were we just talking tough? I think we need to, or they're going to fall out. How would I even do that? I need to get something in there. It would be nice if they gave us a locking pin that we could put here. I wonder if they did and we just skipped that instruction. You definitely should follow along the instructions in case I miss anything. I'm just looking for a very small bolt that I could use to keep that on. Because if there was such a bolt, there'd probably be some extras and I could use it. I actually don't see anything. All right, I'm gonna put the top on. You always can stick that piece back in, and you always could push it out before sticking it back in, and it'll have some memory and it'll stay tight. Okay. Man, did I just break things? I should be very careful with this step. And you should too. It's like a lot of pieces going in at once. And they could break if you aren't careful. What about this? Ooh, that has to click in, huh? Nice. Nice. All right, let's get rid of all those lines by making everything flush. Everywhere you see the 3 lines, press in. Nice. Wow. I mean, we have still like a lot of pages to go, but we did like the main thing of it. We got the body of the instrument. Let's see if it still all turns. It turns. We're looking good. Nice. Of course, this thing fell out again. So stupid. At some point, I'm just going to glue it. It's not even an important piece, honestly. All right. They said he used the hammer. What the hell would I use the hammer for? I'm not hitting this beautiful thing with the hammer. Are they crazy? They want me to start hitting this thing with the hammer. Stupid. I'm not doing that. I'll just inspect it and I'll squeeze it with my fingers. I even could see the gears peeking through at all the right places. This is good. You don't need to hit it with a hammer. Maybe if your hands are weak, but I'm just like I just pulled it together with my hands. But even if you have weak hands, is this hammer any better? Just like get some shoulder and tricep into it. All right. Wow. So like another instruction for the hammer. Now it says like go check the bottom, hammer that. All right, I'm moving on to the next phase because they're just like obsessed with the hammer. So the next phase is to get number 98, piece number 98, 10 of them, and put them all around the outside. Yeah, that's what it is. 98 times 10, put them all around the outside. That's on sheet 7. 3, 5, 8, 10. There we go. Those go all on the outside. All along the watchtower. Boom, ba-da-dum. All along the watchtower. You know what? I shouldn't sing that because the copyright owner is a dweeb. By that I mean they could get this video taken down. Or just not taken down, but like you won't be able to view it. Like only I'll be able to watch it. Which at least, you know, I'll be able to watch it, but you won't be able to. So if you don't hear me singing in videos, that's why. And also because I'm bad at singing. But the main reason is that I don't want the videos to get blocked. Blocked from distribution. I don't know, why are songs like the most copyright protected thing? Like, it seems like they don't respect patents as much as they respect songs. Like, whoever's in charge of protecting copyright on music is like really like, I don't know, really forceful. What's the word? And the crazy thing is those musicians already make like a ton of money. Like, I don't mind the staff, the workers making a few bucks, but like there's musicians like they write a song once and then they get like millions per year for the rest of their life. It's crazy. Let's just hope the money is put to good use. I guess it's just an easy thing to protect. Like, you can tell when someone's stealing music. It's tough to tell when someone's stealing your software design or your mechanical solution or your bridge design or your plane design, or like it's a lot of things that's tough to tell when people are stealing it. But I guess it's just like really easy to detect when someone's taking music. But people take like speeches and writing and nothing happens. There's like a big market for protecting music. I don't regret it to music. I don't begrudge music. I just wish everything was protected that well. Like, I'm sure I've had a lot of original ideas in my life and no one's out there protecting them. I haven't gotten anything for my ideas. I mean, other than the fact that I'm employed at a job and they probably like that I have ideas as well. By the way, these not only go through the ends, but then they clip. You can see, you see there? It's like they go through and then they clip. So that's actually pretty good. It's part of keeping this whole thing together. But we still haven't put the fretboard on yet. So we're far from done. Though we're certainly moving along. It's not as bad as some other puzzles. Wow, let's smash that one to pieces, but it doesn't really matter. There's like 9 others. I mean, it would be nice to get all 10 on perfectly, but I'm not going to sweat it. Hopefully you do better if you're following along with a puzzle. Or maybe you're just watching someone else do a puzzle, the way someone watches a baseball game. I don't know. Or maybe you're sleeping because you turned this on and fell asleep within 3 minutes. which, you know, that's probably the way to go. I feel like I should list my political affiliations and religious in the intro video, especially if I'm going to be promoting this as it's really boring and you could fall asleep to it. Then I should mention, you know, not that I'm going to be promoting religion and politics during the videos, but in case they come up, people don't claim like, oh, you were trying to like subliminally talk while I was sleeping. So I should mention in the video. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to mention in the intro video sort of what my general opinions on important subjects are, so they don't claim that I was like sneaking them in after they turned on my video and fell asleep. Last one of these. Of course, the last one is not going on. Typical. All right, here we go. It's like something about this last one is not locking in. Oh man, I flaked this thing. All right, now it's in. All right, the plywood was flaking. Anyway, it's done. It's not perfect, but it's done. And moving on to page 18. It's just this whole page was just add those 10. Take a look, confirm it's good. Now look at this. What are we building here? Is this the it's not going to be the fretboard, is it? 58 and 59. 58 and 59. And it's going to be held together by 3. I don't know how many 3, just 1 for now, I guess. 58 and 59. They're on page, wait a second. Not sure. Not sure where they are. I don't know if it's a bunch of them like here or if it's just a couple of them. I don't know which sheet they're on. Well, it's either 5, 6, or 8. We haven't finished very many sheets. They're all kind of just hanging around. All right, here's 6. Do we see 58 and 59 here? I don't, but we're gonna need it at some point. 5, 6, and 8. This is 2. This is 1. So there's 6 and 8. So one of these should have the pieces that we're looking for, which is 58 and 59. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. These are them. These are all 58s. These are all 59s. Not sure what we're doing here. Oh, these are the buttons. You know the buttons? So we probably have to build like 6 of these, right? Or whatever, however many of them, 5 of them. Or it looks like there's 6 of them. Yeah, 6 of them. So we probably gotta do this 6 times, right? Huh. It doesn't say to do it 6 times. There's no times 6 here. Well, I guess it's more complex, and we're going to follow through one all the way before we do the second one. I don't know. Anyway, we're moving on. We're moving on from this. This is just going to sit here for a while. And why does this have a 6 on it? And so does this one. Oh man, they have numbers on them. 1, 2, they all have, even though they're 58, they all have numbers on them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. And then look here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have to be extra careful here. In fact, they don't want us to do number 6 first. They want us to do number 1 first. All right. For whatever reason, they want number 1 first. And they want 58 on top and 59 on bottom. I'm not sure there's even a difference between these two pieces. But somehow they want 58 on top. All right, so there's 58, there's 59. The only difference, no, they want the ones, they want the 1 on 59 to become no longer visible because these are going to be stacked together. And then a 3 goes through the top here. And that's it. You would think that 3 more pieces would go there, but I guess not yet. All right. Just get this 3 in here. I got it through with some of the extraneous wood still on the outside. I don't know how I even did that. Probably did it on a slant or something. All right, let's get the next one. All right. Can't seem to get that all the way in. Probably that issue with the side shim. Well, it served the purpose, and I can feel it at the other end, but it seems like it's not completely in at this end. But the pieces are locked together, so I think that's the most important thing. I think we can move on. All right. Now, next it says to grease this, wax this piece. All right, it's waxed. Now, 66 and 67, which should be on sheet 5. All right, 2 66s and 2 67s. Surprised there aren't like more of them, you know, because there's 6 of those other buttons. Only 2 of these. Anyway. All right, so I just push them in to each other, same as we've done before many times. Kind of scissor them. All right, there we go. 68. There we go, 68. All right. I want this waxed. I want this all waxed up. I want this waxed. And then I want the gear waxed. 92 minutes. Well, it's not going to be done tonight. I think I estimated yesterday that it would be 3 or 4. I think that's still a good estimate. Like 4 is probably the legit estimate. 3, if I don't know. I just feel like staying up and getting it done tomorrow. How far down does this go? And am I even putting it on the right end? I think I am. But I can't get it through as far as they're saying to. Maybe I gotta spin it like this. Page, yeah, 68. Why is this not going in? Something looks not right here. It was a little like twisted or something. All right, should go a little better now. All right. I think that's as far as it's gonna go. Yeah. All right, now. $69, $70, and $71. So, all right, does that mean we're done with this piece? Because now we're going to 69, 70, and 71. I guess so, right? They're right here. Do we do it times 2? We got to do that 2 times. And then we got to wax it all. Both ones. We build 2 of them, wax them both. Okay. So just drop it in there. Wait a minute. Does it go either way? I think so, yeah. I feel like they're gonna want locks, but maybe the locks are gonna go like on the, like maybe it's gonna lock 2 other pieces together. Like maybe these are the locks. All right. They don't say they're wax yet. When I build these 2, then I'm gonna wax them all. All right, now it's time to wax them. Okay. I don't know if I'm getting every ring in this, every little crevice, but I'm getting a lot of wax on it. And then the inner one too. Look at all these gears we're building. Okay. Now, yeah. Nick, come and look at the puzzle.
Are you doing the hamburger thing?
No, we're doing the
hurdy-gurdy.
hurdy-gurdy. Look at this thing. It's like a whole like violin case.
Yeah.
Already built. And now we're working on, I think these are going to be the buttons. I don't know what these gears, how they're going to work, but you can see there's buttons in the fretboard. So that's what I'm working on now.
You're getting into some really complex wooden projects.
Yeah.
You're like building straight up instruments now.
Yep. All right, 64 and 73. And they want 64 waxed up. All right. I have these huge pieces here. These are probably exactly the fretboard. But that's not what we're working on yet. I think what we're working on next is the headstock, which is not quite as big as the fretboard, so it should be these two pieces, right? Yeah, 64. Is one of these 64? Yeah, this one's 64. Okay. Pretty big, actually. Bigger than I would have thought based on looking at the picture. Okay. And then, how does that go? 73. 73 is on board 5. It should be this board, right? There's 73. It's kind of a weird piece, funky little piece. It's got an arrow on it. Probably arrow side in, right? Yep, that's exactly what it means. Up and in with the arrow. They want this piece liberally waxed. So probably all these circles are going to have pieces that turn. Yeah, yep. They want all the circles waxed. Why do I see 4 circles in this picture and only 3 in reality? How is that possible? Oh, this one looks like a circle in the picture, but it's not. All right, so there's 3 circle pieces, and then there's a piece that looks like a circle. Let's wax them all for good measure. All right, now this goes in none of those pieces. It goes here. Look, arrow here, arrow here. Couldn't be easier. How far in do we push it? My general rule is as far as it'll go. Push it in as far as it'll go. All right, so is there another 73? Yeah, there is. There's a second 73. And there's also a 72. The next one they want for down here is the 72. And then they want another 73 over here. We're like going crazy with these things. All right, 72 is the next one up. And it goes here. Arrows in. Arrows on the receivers, arrows on the givers. 73, another 73. You know, we got a 74 if they want us to put that somewhere. All right. There's another spot. Maybe that gets to 74, though it does not show it on this page. All right, 70, second 73 goes here. 72 here. All right. And now they need locking pins, 40s, if you remember. We were dealing with those 40s not too long ago. They were like these curving locking pins. It's on either 5 or 6. This is 5. Don't see it here, so it must be on 6. Yeah, here they are. So we need, at present, 3 of these 40s. These 3 sticks each get a 40. They come in 2 packs. So I'm going to have to sort of break one out of a 2-pack because we need 3 at the moment. All right. Let's get the orientation right. All right. This one's going to go. Wow. Did they seriously spin this around on us? Okay. We're doing them on this side. Okay. The pins go on this side. The other side, basically. Pins go on the other side. Two of them go down. One of them goes up. Crazy. We're getting wacky with these pins. So the one on the bottom goes up rather than down. one goes down. All right, now let's get them all the way in. It's not good enough to just get them in there. We got to push them all the way through. In fact, this one, I don't think, we got to get this one flush. Actually, it's the headstock. It doesn't matter. Not that it doesn't matter, but there's nothing it's going to hit against. But if we can get it flush, we should. Flush is not the right term for this. All the way in. If we can get it all the way in. Well, I suppose it's flush with the back. You know what? If I say flush, you know what I mean. So let's just go with that. All right. They're in. And it is even. Even though we determined already that it's a headstock and it doesn't really matter, but it is even. All right. Flip it around again. No, leave it this way. All right, now flip it around. Really, it was time to flip it, but I don't know. They had this picture and then they had, I don't even know what's going on in this picture. They don't do anything. This picture is, I guess it's a checkpoint, but it does not show in a green check mark. Like this picture says push the pins in. This picture says add 76. This picture gets a number. It's number 4. It doesn't say anything. It just look at this headstock. Doesn't it look good? All right. 76 is the next piece that we need. It should be on sheet 5. There it is, 76. All right, how is this going to go? It's going to go all the way down here into the first opening. Where are the strings going to go? Are the strings going to wrap around these? Come on. Can't fit my hand in there. You see it's hitting the other stick? That's why I can't get this piece in. I have an idea though. I can stick this thing through here. My finger won't fit in there, but this stupid tool they gave me should. And then I'll use that. I don't know, my finger will push the tool and the tool will push the piece. There we go, that worked. And now you can see this lines up and this lines up. I'm not sure why, but they line up. I'm gonna do something with them. All right, and then it's another, just look at what you've done panel. At least this one doesn't have a number. It's like, just look at what you've done, which is fine. But over here, they gave it a number, which makes me think that, what am I skipping? But I don't see anything being skipped. They just gave it a number for no reason. And then on 6, we're going to add a gear. But we're going to add the gear way up here. And I'm not sure which direction it goes in. I think this direction, but I'm not really sure. I think we gotta, if that is correct, we gotta wax this up. Kind of wish we could attach all this stuff so I could stop for the night. But I don't think we're gonna be doing that anytime soon because we're about to build the 6 like plungers or whatever you call them. So I don't think this stuff's gonna be put together anytime soon. I might just have to pick a point and stop, even though this thing is in like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces right now. I mean, let's turn the page and see where we're going with this, but I think I think the next time it's gonna be, listen, we can get it to 2 pieces if we build the headstock, but to get it to 1 piece, we've got to also add the fretboard, and that would mean that we're done. Like, we'd be done the whole project. I mean, I don't think we're going to finish it tonight. So But I also don't want to leave this just sitting here loose like this. All right, the other side of the headstock goes on very soon. Let's get that done. Right, nice. Okay, if we go to here, then the headstock will be done and the body will be done. And tomorrow we'll deal with the fretboard. So I don't know why we built the first one of these, since we obviously then just abandoned that and went on to the fretboard. But that's what the instructions said, so that's what we did. All right, now we're going to add 2 more gears. These 2 gears. One is labeled E2. Is that somehow different from the other one? No, this was a ×2, so I could pick either one. All right. Where does it go? It's like, it goes somewhere in here, but I'm not sure where. Okay. It says it goes to that circle. You see that circle there? It goes to that circle. So I'm gonna have to wax this piece. All right, that's cool. That works. What's next? Next, we attach the other side of the fretboard, even though we still have 1 gear sitting out here. Does the other gear go on the outside? Or did we miss the insertion of the other gear? Did we skip a page? No. E1, E2. Where are these E1s and E2s? Okay, E1, E2, E2 times 2. Right, times 2. So where's the times 2? E2. Will there be a second E2? Because we're going on to the fretboard. Why did we build a second E2? I'm just trying to study the picture and see if I can figure out where it goes. Spoiler alert, I can't. Yeah. I see 2 gears here, not 3. I don't know why we have this 3rd gear. But I'm going to put on the other side of the fretboard, which is 65. Sorry, the other side of the headstock. That's it, right? 65? I don't see it saying 65. There it is, 65. All right, there's 3 more 3s. All right. So we just slip this on. We'll put some pins through. Easy peasy. Well, we have to not screw up, which means we have to get it lined up. That's it, right? Well, it's not moving. And I think it's supposed to be moving. I dropped the gears out. We now redo that because the gears need to lock in. Oh, it's upside down. Or is it? I think it is. have them in the right pieces. Seems that I do. So why won't it go on? All of a sudden it is going on. I don't want to break the piece. That's why I'm being so cautious. Come on. Get on there. There we go. Wow. Really slammed into those other pieces, but I think we're good. Now I got to put in, what, 3/40s? No, first I got to put number 75 in. 75 is on sheet 5. It's a little jackhammer piece. There it is. Mjolnir. 75. Wax it up. Take the side that already has the locking pins. Oh, it doesn't make sense. Oh, I skipped it. I was supposed to put the locking pins in. Why did I skip ahead? Anyway, let me get the locking pins in. We knew we had to do it. I don't know why I was jumping ahead. Right, this whole sheet of 40s is coming out. Right, let's lock them in. 2 down, 1 up. So after we put these in, the headstock will be one piece. We could close the stream. I think we should go to the end of the page just to like start at a fresh page, which means we'll probably go over 2 hours by a little bit, but it's okay. It's all good. Why am I not using the tool? I'm like using my bare fingers. That's not smart. All right, that's in. That's good. I got some good locks there. Do these gears move? They do not. Why not? All right. Now they move. Took a little effort, but now they're moving. Not sure what was going on in the beginning. They're moving now. All right, now we finally get to jam this piece in. All right, so let's hold it like this. And this is gonna go all the way through and get a locking pin. Will it? Is that the plan? Just impacted on the surface. All right, now it's in. Does that get a 40? This doesn't seem to get anything. It's like begging for a 40, but doesn't say to put one in. It says slide it in. And then it says, look at it. Okay, I'm looking at it. And then it's like, really look up close at it. So I'm like really looking up close. And there's clearly no locking pin in there. Oh, then we go to the next page and sure enough, it says put the locking pin in. And it is a 40, indeed. Going in the up yours direction. Up your ass and to the left. I believe that's, no, you know what? I shouldn't say that in case someone went to sleep listening to this. There should be no, there can be mild joking around, but not that was too much. All right. So up. I don't want to disturb anyone's sleep. Keep it nice and boring. You know, I used to watch movies and I would fall asleep and I would always wake up during the credits. It's amazing. It's like my mind was like listening to the movie while I was sleeping. And it was like, don't worry, I'll wake you up when it gets to the credits and you can go sleep in your bed. All right. So the 40 is in. Now we need a 77 for some reason. And 77 is on sheet 5. There's 77. All right. How does that go on? It's kind of like sticks in to this piece. Is that what it does? Like this? No, like this. Goes like this. Look, see that square? That rectangle lines up with this rectangle. All right. So, is there a third piece to this headstock? I'm just wondering why there's like, why we need that. Anyway, let me see if I can get this in. Come on. All right, it's in. All I had to do was yell at it, raise my voice, and all of a sudden it went in. That may have been coincidental. All right, so 77 looks good. Now here's another one. They've devoted the number 3 to this, and as far as I can tell, it's just an inspection. So let's inspect it. Let's see here. That looks good. All right. Yeah. All right. Let's make sure it cranks. It doesn't. Didn't it not crank? Now it does. Didn't it? Why does it like always take a couple? It like sticks at first. It needs to be warmed up. All right. Now 78. Wax up 78 and put it through those rectangles. All right. Where's 78? There's 78. Why do I feel like I still have so many? It's like I'm built this whole thing, but I haven't finished a single sheet yet, and all the sheets still have plenty of pieces. All right. All right. Goes in this direction through the rectangles. And then a 40 on the other side. Of course, a 40 goes on the other side. I mean, what were you expecting, really? I'll tell you what's interesting about this one. It doesn't go all the way through. In fact, I'm not even sure how I'm supposed to do this. I think it has to go into this first piece up to the choke point, and then through the second piece, and then I put a locking pin in from the outside, a 40, of course. These 40s are basically like staples. There we go. Flush. What's next? All right, caution. All right, we're gonna add 85. We're gonna add piece 85, and we got a caution, and then we're gonna inspect, and then we're gonna be done for the night. So all we need is 85, which is on sheet 6, and then we close out the stream for the night. There's 85. The caution, I believe, is just saying make sure you have the ink on the correct side, and I believe the correct side is facing the body of it. Even though I would have thought it would be facing out, but I guess it's facing the body for some reason. Because the side they're showing doesn't have ink, or does it? Oh, yes, it does. So, okay, my intuition was correct. It's not the ink, you can tell by it's the dots. This is a better way to go. 2 dots here, 2 dots here. So if you take it like this, 2 dots go that way. Goes right into here. And then we're done till tomorrow. Well, there's another inspection, so we'll turn the gear again. And then we're done until tomorrow. Well, this would be a good time to use that mallet. That little fake hammer we built. All right, this is on. This is good to go. Let's turn the gear one more time. Turns even smoother than before. All right, so we're gonna start tomorrow on page 22, which connect. So I'll mention again, the body of the Hurdy Gurdy is pretty much done. Headstock, I don't think that's completely done, but you can see the shape of it. And then this this one button is all that's done so far of the fretboard. Anyway, let's get back to work. It's been a pretty good puzzle so far. Right. Instructions, 8 boards, as I recall. Some pieces like fell out already. Not just from the board, you know. And this, here's a tool. So yeah, some pieces, as you're like knocking other pieces out of the board, you know, some pieces fall out. Sandpaper, wax, strings, which are eventually going to go on the instrument. And here's more of those pieces that fell out. They're mostly locking pins, actually. We might even be done with some of them, like this one's got 1 left, and that 1 left might be just an extra. Some random pins and nuts and bolts. All right, that's everything. Oh, except for this, which we don't even know what this is yet. First time I see whatever this is in a puzzle. As I recall, we stopped building right at the point when the headstock was put together. So we're going to pick up from there. And I'm going to do something. I'm going to set a timer. Oh, sorry. I'll do that off screen. Basically, it's going to be a timer. Going to beep every 5 minutes just to make sure that I'm not delayed in checking if this thing that I'm waiting for comes in. All right. Does it seem like this view is more close up than usual? I don't know why that would be, but it seems to be the case. All right, there's the headstock. Yeah, I think this is where we stopped. This piece was just added. Some gears in the headstock. Pretty cool thing, actually. It seems like they have it set up this way. So I'll do the same. Ooh, I'm going to use some rubber bands on this page. All right, so all this headstock and body we're going to put aside. and we're going to start building something new, which involves a huge piece, 60. Actually, they're making it look huge in the book, but when they show it on the sheet, which is on sheet 8, it's actually not that big. So it's probably going to be the size of the fretboard, roughly. Yeah, definitely looking like that. All right, so this piece turns out to not be big at all. That's it. It looks big in the book, but it's really, oh, this is a lot going on in this piece. It's like a channel. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is probably where the buttons are going to go, except they don't look like they would fit in there unless you're only putting that little bit on the end. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. There we go. Well, okay. There we go. And then from that same board, oh, okay. All right, so nothing's going to move through there. Something's going to hang in there, and that thing is going to like teeter-totter. So those are here. 61 and 62, like both of them. Like one is take out, actually 1 and 2 are both like put 61 in there, and then 3 is put 62 in there. So anyway, we need a 61 and a 62, but I assume we're gonna do this like however many times. And now you see how these things fall out. This whole thing just like popped right out. I mean, it was already started to come out, so you might as well just pop it out at that point. But I assume we're going to be putting them all in. All right, they want us these things. All right, so what they first want waxed up is this thing. Wax it up. All right, and wax this circle here, which indicates that it's going to be moving. And now, make sure we got the right orientation here. Looks good. We got the right angle here. And we're going to put that piece on. There we go. That's it. That's steps 1 and 2. And step 3 is kind of like related to that, I guess. I'm not sure. Does it actually come in contact with that? So basically, we have to take 62. And we have to add it here. All right. So we have to get that in there. How does that... Oh, well, it definitely pins in the other piece. I'll tell you that much. All right. Let's see if we can get that in there. There we go. That was a good sound. That means it's in there good. All right, and this piece still moves. So it looks like really the point was just to get this piece in there. And then this one just kind of locks it in. And I assume now we're going to do that 5 more times. But yep, that's what we're going to do. 5, 6. And then we got to QC something here. But step 5 is adding 5 more of these, and then step 6 is adding 5 more of these. And we have 6 more of each. So we got 1 extra of each. So let's just start by popping them all out. What'd I do with the tool? There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, by the way, on the Temple of Iron, I have still a ton of reviews I haven't uploaded yet. At least uploaded to YouTube. But what I'm actually going to do is start a new series with that Squats Apollo. It'll be similar to that Temple of Iron series, except, you know, how we were finding like 182 workstations in a 182 square foot gym, except this one, I don't know the number that it's going to be yet. I'll try to figure that out, but basically I'm going to do exercises on the Squats Apollo. I think it's pretty cool. And I think it's a good pacing. Like, I can't upload like a review per day. I have a backlog of 50 reviews, you know, or maybe it's 40 at this point, but you know, basically I mean, I have a lot of other things that going on. I make comic books, I have a full-time job, I have a family. But I could do one exercise per day, and then that'll build up over time, and then I could do a compilation. So it's the best I could do. And I agree with this philosophy, by the way. I see a lot of YouTubers, they're like trying to make it a work, like they go to my Patreon, give to my super chats. I mean, I just don't like, it's not that I'm against making money. I just don't feel like the fans should have to pay. Like, I know that nowadays people pay for streaming. Like when I was a kid, TV was free. You just like plugged in the TV and it worked. It's going to have ads, but it worked. So nowadays you pay. And it doesn't seem like it has no ads. It seems like it just has less ads. But anyway, there is some free stuff. Like Tubi is free, but it has ads. And I think no one really minds the Tubi's conceptual ads. What they mind is like every ad that Tubi plays is potentially going to crash the stream. I don't know why these streamers can't get these ads to play without breaking the stream. It's not only Tubi, it's Vudu and every other type of free streaming app, or even some like paid streaming apps like Hulu and some of those others that have commercials. It's like the commercials keep breaking the stream. And then also the commercials are sometimes like annoyingly specific, like especially during like election season when you're like forced to watch all these ads of these politicians, and they're usually like the worst type of ads. There's like I don't really like that the government forces me to pay, you know, three to four figures per month in like insurance fees that I never get anything back from. So I'm not really a fan of that, but at least the insurance companies make like funny commercials for TV. Again, not that I'm a supporter of them, but at least the ads are entertaining. Those political ads are just, they're the worst. There's like nothing more in terms of a commercial, there's not much worse than political ads. They're always so bad. Maybe I should start making political ads just to like show people how to make political ads that are both effective and don't annoy the hell out of people. Yeah, that might be a fun project. Maybe I'll start doing that. Maybe that's kind of like what memers do, you know, like 4chan and Reddit type people who create those like memes that people repost on social media sites. I mean, that's kind of what they're doing, but I was thinking more like full-blown like commercial spots. I'm not promising to do that, you know, but maybe I'll storyboard a few. I just think like, I just hate political ads. Why are they so bad? Is it because every politician's in control of their own ads? And not all of them have a sense of humor? All right, I think we did this, but it's showing me something here, like caution. Look at this. Oh, I think I'm supposed to look at it from the other side, maybe. I don't see what there is really to notice on the other side. All right. Is there a third? Oh, okay. I see what there is. There's a third piece. 63. This hole down here is supposed to get a bunch of 63s. And here they are, 63. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we need all of them. Don't break any of them. We need them all. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Anyone see Cristiano Ronaldo's goal against Uruguay today? He didn't score it. I don't know if he was trying to. Another guy shot it, and the other guy got credit, but he went up for the header and then didn't head it, which caused the goalie to not go to the position where the ball was, which is like, that's the kind of thing that happens in soccer. It's semi-brilliant. It's just the threat that you're going to do something can screw up what the other guy. I mean, yeah, isn't that how everything works? You know, get them going one way and then go the other way. I mean, that's the way Ronaldo dribbles. So it only makes perfect sense that he would think the same way in striking. I think that was Messi's. One of Messi's penalty kicks was like that too. He like dribbled it, you know, a meter to the left of the goalie because somehow he knew he'd gotten the goalie committed to go one way, so he went the other way. All right, I'm just checking this QC in this. Does that look good? Looks like there's some little hooks there coming out. Not sure what they're gonna do, but there we go. All right. Get them going one way, then once you know they're going that way, you go the other way. I mean, it's a simple concept. Applies to a lot of sports. Could apply to card games. Could apply to business deals. Could apply to anything. Your opponent commits to one way, you go the other. Did I mess up this second one? No, I'm just looking at it from the wrong side. I think the second one is not in fully. Yeah, I can see the line there. Needs to go in further. How can we do that? Why is it not going? Ah, there it goes. Don't know why, but it's there now. And I can't press it against the table because there's several other pieces. So I got to use this little stick thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's only 5 of these, not 6. That's weird. So there's like 6 of each of the other. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, only 5 of these. All right. I'm gonna check something. I also think I have to get a glass of water just to drink it before it's too late. You know, I want to drink it right before bed. All right. All right, I'm going to take a water break. I'll be back in a second. Just push this in, then I'll take the break. There we go. Good to go. We'll QC that in a second. QC stands for quality control. I'm sure you already knew that. It's like the most important part of any job. QC. Because if you don't QC it, I mean, nobody gets anything right on the first shot. I mean, that's the whole concept of evolution, right? By the way, there's numbers here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just there's numbers printed on this. All right. How's that QC looking? It looks like this is supposed to have a hook going one way at the top and the other way at the bottom. But I don't know if I've pushed them in far enough because the top hook... Oh, okay. I can fold it down. When it folds down, all right. I was going to say I can't get to the top hook, but I can because I can... It swivels. So I can get to it. All right. Next, we need to put on a rubber band. I need another break. I need to study this piece of paper. How do these rubber bands go exactly? It shows a blue line. It's like hook, 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 hook. Basically, it goes around this edge. I don't know if you even can see what I'm showing you. It goes, yeah, around this edge. Make sure you got the orientation correct. So, let me see here. Yeah. Do I have it correct? No, I don't. Like this. What? Seems like I can't get that correct. Okay, yeah, I can. All right, so it goes like this. So it goes around this, and then it goes as a double line. It just feeds one hook to the other hook to the other hook. All right, so let me do that. Just drop my glasses. All right, now I gotta reset this orientation. All right. It's gonna pull these ones down, right? Wow, it's gonna really pull them down. Is it even gonna stay in line? I feel like I need the rubber band on the other side. Well, all right, well, let's try to do it. Might as well just fold these all down. That's where they're going anyway. I mean, what, prayer do these things have of staying hooked? Like when they're inside the guts of this instrument. Like what chance do they have? I mean, I'll set them up now, but you see what I mean? Like, what chance do they have of staying like this? Maybe there's going to be pressure at the other end, and that's going to help keep them hooked up, but I tell you, it doesn't look like a guarantee by any means. All right, let's see if that's at least there. Okay, for the time being, that looks good. I don't know if it's going to stay good, but it looks good for the moment. Let's QC. Oh. Hold on a second. Well, seems like this other thing I'm waiting for is like not happening. I mean, we're halfway through the stream and it hasn't happened yet, but I'll keep an eye on it. All right. I want us to take another rubber band and hook it to a piece called 80. But what I don't know is if they're implying it should be this rubber band or if I should take a new rubber band. Well, for starters, let's find piece 80. That's on sheet 5. Ooh, the fretboard. Yeah, look at the size of piece 80. That's a huge piece. That's longer than the main body. Sounds like fun. Let's do it. Wow, that piece just fell out. I mean, for such a long piece to drop out like that. All right, now I want us to take it like this, ink side away, and hook the new rubber band to this little thing right here. There's another one right there. I don't know. You know, it doesn't say to hook the rubber band to it, but maybe there's going to be another rubber band hooked to it, or I don't know. We'll find out. Okay. For now, let's just hook that rubber band. I feel like I want to hook it to that one so it stays in place, but I just want one side hooked for now, so I'll just hold it with my finger and hope that the next page hooks it somewhere. What do you know? The next page says to hook it right where we knew it was going to hook it, right where we knew it needed to go. I guess that makes sense, you know, so of course that's what it said, but they kept us in suspense for a page. Or at least until we turn the page. All right. I think that's through. Yeah, I mean, it's not really a strong connection, but it is what it is. That's all we got to work with. Work with what we got. Now, highly caution. Well, caution. I don't know about highly. We're going to add piece 74. And I think the caution is to make sure it's going the right direction. And I'm not sure how you would do that. We could do that in terms of this piece, but 74 looks like a symmetrical piece. I don't know if there's anything to really go by. Anyway, that's on sheet 5, right? So I guess this is it right here. See, it's a symmetrical piece. I think they're just making sure we put it in the right side of 80. The correct side of 80. It's weird they would pick a word like right to mean correct when it's so easily. You know, a lot of words like that are confusing, and they probably came from, I'm just gonna throw this out there. They probably came from like someone gave the wrong directions and they said right, meaning right, and the person said, and it turned out they were wrong. So then they had the argument with someone and they were like, no, I just meant right as in correct, not right as in direction. And then they started saying right and getting other people to say right to like cover their mistake. And I don't know. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? I mean, did people start making the mistake first and then covering for it? Or was the language ambiguous and the mistake was the spark of creativity? I guess I got to study language. There actually is something. This backside is flat. This front side has cuts. But I think as you rotate it, the cuts always look the same. I don't think there's a way to mess that up. It doesn't look like the picture. Neither side looks like the picture. I'm not sure how we're going to fix that. Well, we're just going to shove it in there, and that's just going to be it, because there's really nothing else we can do. All we really know is that the cut side goes up, and if you're pointing it up, this is the only thing you can do with it. So this is what we're going to do with it. And it's going to go in a little bit, so I think you can see the width of the fretboard, and I bet a 40 is going to go there, or something that looks like a 40. Let's see. Yeah, it is a 40. 40 is going to go there. All right, so inspection time. All right. Actually, we were supposed to do the inspection after 1. Let's just do it now. Oh, looks good. All right, now 74 goes into 80 and gets pinned with a single 40, which is going on this side, obviously, on the outside. They like spun it around for purposes of adding the 40, so I'll do that too, just to make sure I got the orientation correct. Do I have any 40s that I already punched out? Doesn't look like it, but I got one waiting to be punched out. All right, drop that in there. Make sure it's going correctly. Yep. They all kind of go with the long side against the wood and the short side away from the wood, if that makes sense. I mean, just look at what I'm doing. You can see it there, hopefully. I'm not sure, actually, if you can or not. Probably can see it now. The long side close to the wood, the short side away from the wood. And then just stick it in as far as it'll go. That's it for page 24. Moving on to page 25. By the way, when I slapped that, look at this, it's a staple. When I slapped this page, I like drove this staple through it from, I don't know, several pages ago. Splinter, not staple, splinter. Don't ask me why I said staple. All right, now, this piece is going to get connected to this piece. Let's match their orientation. There's a caution. There's no mention of wax. The caution says, spin it this way. No, that's not right. This is right, I think. Let me spot check it. This extra curvy side is on the right. Oh, here's a good way to know. The numbers. The numbers are only on one side. Yeah, so numbers up, rubber band at the far side, and it's gonna go into these 2 holes. I'm pretty sure. Let's give that a shot. Yeah, that's them. That's where it's going. Absolutely. And we got the 3 lines again, so we'll get it. Make those 3 lines go all the way through. So people were making a lot of comments on the Squats Apollo video, and it was getting a lot of views. So I just decided that's where the series should be. And you might think, well, you're being played by the algorithm or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's the way the game's played, right? I mean, you do a video and it gets a lot of comments and views. You do more of that video. I mean, Ugears gets the most views of the puzzles, so I do Ugears puzzles. Not all. I wanna give other companies a chance, but Ugears does well, so I do Ugears puzzles. You know, give the people what they want, right? I mean, I also like them. I do. Roker makes good puzzles, so Roker should become more popular. But Ugears makes possibly the best puzzles. You know, I think Ugears wooden puzzles are better than Roker's wooden puzzles, but Roker also has these like metal and plastic, you know, integrated puzzles that are quite impressive. Anyway, that beep just went, so I'm checking my other thing, and of course there's nothing going on there. All right. So we're kind of building the fretboard here. And it looks like we're gonna soon attach it to the headstock. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. All right, it looks like, so step one was to attach this. Step two, I think it's just an inspection. There's no numbers of pieces on either of these first two steps. And in fact, there's none on the third step either, which is attaching the headstock. It's not until we get to step four, and in step four, we're just adding pins. It looks like this part is the fretboard, and this part is the headstock. It's going to attach to it. So this piece is both combined, and probably so is the other end. And that explains why we have all these things sticking out. They're probably going to go through on both sides and get stuck with 40s. So we're going to make, looks like 5 attachments right now. I mean, I could line this up without looking at the page, but I'll look. Just to make sure, you know, just to kind of double check. QC, right? You assume you make an ASS out of you and me. All right, let's see what that says. That's unrelated. I mean, I'll take care of it. It's neither my work nor my stream. Let's just put it that way. All right, does that look correct? All right, we got the rubber band on the inside. Get the pins on the outside. 1, 2, yeah. It looks like, yeah, okay, that one's already there, yeah. So we pushed 5 pins through, but they don't want us to cover these 2 pins. They only want us to cover these 3. So we need to add 3 40s right now. No, 2 40s and a 110. Let's do the 110 first. So we'll make sure we get it in the right spot. Boy, that pin is just going nuts, huh? What? Oh my goodness. Looks like some people didn't get their forms in. Which means I'm going to be running around. You mind if I get this? Just hoping that's not specific to me. Oh, great news. Wasn't specific to me. Though I need to check it. Okay. Right. This is some very generic information. At first I thought someone sent something to me, but it was sent to a whole group. So it turned out to be not very important. It was like, this needs to be done, that needs to be done, but it's all stuff I did in like the first week of September. As I said, I'm a family man. I'm not just working 14 hours a day at my real job and another 2.5 at my fake job that doesn't pay anything. And it's technically just a hobby. I mean, my account isn't monetized. So in addition to that, I'm a family man. So those tweets were basically about my kids' first track meet coming up soon. And I guess some other kids on the team didn't do their forms yet, and they need to do them. But ours were done a long time ago. Our kids. We have 2 kids on the same team. One does the throwing events, one does the jumping events. The thinking was that they could both score, without colliding into each other. And it worked pretty good last season. They probably, one of them The younger brother probably scored the most points on the team for throws, and the older brother, I'm fairly certain, scored the most points on the team for jumps. So they could easily do it again this year. The only thing that doesn't make sense is the older son does the jumps and he weighs 15 pounds more than the younger son who does the throws. Well, my family has a long history of underweight throwers. I mean, I won as I've mentioned, on a lot of streams at this point, that I was MVP of my college team as a thrower, but what you may not be aware is that I was like 100 pounds less than other throwers. I mean, I really didn't even look like a thrower. I was lighter than some decathletes, you know. But I was competing in the throwing events. Oh my goodness, I thought that broke. That went in so like violently. Anyway, it's in. Just put in 40 in there. It just went in like all at once. And I thought something had broken. But no, looks good. And this one goes up from the bottom. Am I doing them on the right side? All right. By the way, these ones are going to get 110s on the next instruction. Yeah, I mean, it looks like everything looks good. I don't know why that thing was so like, let's see how this one goes in. Maybe I gotta like angle it a little bit at the beginning. There we go. I think that's what I gotta do. Angle it down a little bit and it'll get it started easy. And then when you push it, it's gonna straighten out. It's got no choice but to do that. All right, there we go. That's pretty good actually. I think I did this top one like twisted. I don't even know how I got that in there. Wow. Okay, well, it's in. Now, these ones get 110s. And they both go this way. Alongside against the wood, as always. Let's grab two 110s. We only got 5 40s left. Basically, we're going to lock probably piece, yeah, I think it's like 78 or whatever, or maybe it's 81. 79. 79 is gonna go here and it's gonna use the rest of these pins. I would bet you, I don't want to say anything, but I would bet you some reasonable amount of bet. I would bet you that the 79 goes here and uses the remaining pins. We don't need to read the instructions to figure that out. It's like so obvious. All right, let's start it on the angle. Yes, that is the way to go. Start on an angle. I think you've got extra space and obviously also a better angle if you start on an angle. And then once you got it started, then you slide it straight in. Ooh, this one's going to lock the rubber band in if we get it in far enough. That's nice. Be some extra protection. Keep that rubber band in place. Got to get this one in good. Let me go for this one because it'll help, it'll help lower the piece of wood. And like basically having them both in, they both get in tighter. I would like to get this like a 32nd of an inch further. Keep that rubber band pinned in, but it's not going any further. What a shame. All right. I think the rubber band's locked in pretty good, but a little further would have felt better. All right, that's it for page 25. Moving on to page 26, and we are not putting on 79 yet. We're putting a gear, but which gear? Is it this gear? No, this doesn't stick out far enough. Is it a gear we already used? That's already in there? I mean, how are we supposed to work with it? All right. The buzzer's getting annoying. Yeah, there's no even reason for it so far. All right. there's let me see here. At least these two holes, or is it these two holes? At least these two holes are saying to wax. But then it's asking us to add E1, which is already in here. I mean, it's like I can't, I don't understand what they want from me. And E2, did I like move the page backwards? I don't understand. Was I supposed to make two sets of E1s and E2s? Like here, like here's a second E2. Was I supposed to make a second E1? I better look. I bet you I was. In fact, I think the piece is right here. And the other piece is here. Wow. All right. Better late than never, I guess. Yeah. There's a second E2. We were supposed to make a second E1. And somehow I just didn't. I'll make it now. No worries. No worries, mate. I'll make it right now. It's not a big deal. This one has two holes on one side and not on the other. But regardless, I don't think there's anything I can do but push them together like this. So that's what I'm going to do. Though I feel like I should flip back the directions to when I built E1 and see if that's correct. Actually, I can see just by looking at this picture that these holes are on the side that's away from the wheel. So yeah, I'm just going to push it together and keep the holes on the outside. See the little holes. I don't think they're going to go to anything. I just think they're there to help us get this orientated correctly. All right, there we go. So the holes go away from the gear. And it's a plus sign, so I don't think I can really mess up. There's no way to do it wrong. Get it in all the way. That's something we gotta do, which it's not yet. Can still see daylight between the gear and the axle, but yet I don't want to break it. All right. Well, it's I'm just gonna try to push it on a little bit further, but as I said, if I try too hard, this wood will break. So, you know, if it needs to go further, it will happen when I push the other pieces together. So it's like a little bit out, maybe a 1/16 of an inch, but it'll get pushed in when it needs to. Oh, there it is. Wax the gear, as always. You know, I really want to finish all the comic books I started, and I have ideas for a lot more comic books, but you know, I originally started doing animations on YouTube before I started doing comic books, and now that I'm doing like something on YouTube, I feel like that why would I go back to comic books, but I will. But if I do ever go back to YouTube as primary, it will be in animation. I know there's a lot of people who make a lot of money just like basically doing talking head videos, like standing there and explaining something. That's not what I'm going to do. If I do go back to YouTube, it's going to be as an animator. I don't have any interest in making like talking head political videos or something like that. Not that I don't have opinions on politics. I just don't want to turn it into content. Like I'll, if something comes up, I'll tell you what I think, but I don't want to be like just saying something just to say it like 365 days a year. That doesn't sound like fun. All right. Now, where does this go? Gotta get it in the correct hole. I think it's this one. I think so, anyway. And then the other one goes right here. Is this one greased up? Let me add some more wax. I probably added wax yesterday, but never can have too much wax, I don't think, as far as I know. You just keep waxing it, and that's good for the gears. Gears like wax, what can I tell you? Little pervs. All right, now we got some gears on there. Now what? We gotta lock them into something. Is it gonna be 79? It is. The next piece is 79. Wow, this is gonna be something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pins plus 2 gears. The 2 gears are obviously the ones I'm sweating the most. Anyway, let's do it. What is that crap? Oh, those are pieces, 101s. We're gonna need those. And 87. Wow, this piece is this board is like dripping with pins. 75. That's gonna be the only thing left on the board. I almost feel like popping it out, but then I might forget that it's 75. So I gotta leave it in the board. There we go. Well, we can at least pop this out. All right, time to do it. Make or break moment for this project. We get this board on, including the gears, and we're in great shape. We break some of these pins while trying to get this on, and this thing's probably not going to happen. It's actually going well so far. I'm sorry if I was doing that off camera. I kind of focused on getting it done more than on displaying it. All right, the gears are far from making contact. This inside piece is stopping, holding up the show. Is that lined up or not? I guess it is. All right, here. Oh, that gear is a mile away. What is going on? One gear is on, the other one's a mile away. All right, it's midnight. I almost feel like I don't need to keep watching this other thing, but I will. You know, I don't have a choice. I have to. What I can do is send a when can we expect this email, because what if the other party's like, oh, it's midnight, everything stops at midnight? Well, I'm there at this job about 28 years, and so far I haven't heard of any rule that anything stops at midnight. So sometimes people say that, but they're just delusional. There's no stop time ever. You just go until it's done. All right, hold on while I send an email and say, when can I expect this? Yeah, I mean, definitely looks like they're leaving us high and dry. Sorry, you have no reference for what I'm talking about, so I won't even try to explain it. But I'm sure you've been there in your life. All right, you know what? We forgot to wax the sides of the pieces, but it seems to be turning, so I'm not going to worry about it. Though it could be smoother action if we get some. You know what? I can still get the look. There's the gear. I can still wax the side. I'll just wax it, turn it, wax it, turn it. Yeah, I can totally get the wax in that spot. And then I just turn it a little bit, put some more wax in, turn it a little bit, put some more wax in. And then this will distribute wax against the wall, the inside wall. I can already feel it's turning more easily. I can do the same thing on this one. It's not going to be as good, but I wish I'd waxed this side wall before I got this in there. I'm pretty sure I waxed it last night. I have to go back and look at the video. Pretty sure I did. It's funny because the corresponding piece on the other side, you can get to it and wax it now. I don't know why this piece is so locked up. Is there anywhere where it's accessible? Yes, there is. I got to come in from this underside angle to get to it. I might have to break the wax to get in there. Or I can come all the way in. You know what? Let me worry about this if it doesn't turn at the end, because this is actually all accessible. This will be accessible even at the end, I believe. I'm not totally sure, but I believe so. I also think everything's going to be a little tighter after I get the pins in, so I'm anxious to do that. You can see where it's going to attach. So this is like mostly headstock. You can see exactly where that's going to attach. Bada bang, bada boom. All right, what are the first pieces they want? All right, 340s. Here, here, and here. There's like a lot of pieces going on at once. Another 40 here, and then a 110 here, and then two more 110s here. All right, let's do the 3 110s first. They're kind of central. I think that's a good spot. But then again, these first 3 40s will lock the gears in place. All right, let's start with the 40s. Okay, what's the angle on these? They all sort of go towards the center. point them all towards the gears. How's that thing ringing already? Didn't I just check that a minute ago? All right, still nothing, even ignoring my question. Just tightening up those 40s. All right, we got another 40 at this end. We got 3 central 110s. Let's do those next. Well, they're not all going in as deep as I'd like them to, but I guess they're good enough. They're external pieces, so I'll always can retighten them if there's a problem. All right. The 110s, this one drops down. These two go this way. Gotta check those gears. Yeah, they look good. Wouldn't want to lock this in until I know the gears are good, lined up. They are. 3 110s. Nice. Other end, I mean, they're tight. I mean, I don't think we set any record, but I also don't think they're going anywhere. Yeah. Just was double checking if this pin goes up or down. This 40 in the back here, it goes down. Okay. So now we sort of assembled the fretboard and the headstock are now one. They're attached. And I guess we're pretty soon going to attach it to the body. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what's next. All right. So we're moving on. And we're going to move on to page 27, but I just want to QC page 26 for a second. See if I did everything I was supposed to. E1, E2, 79, 4 times 40, 3 times 110. Yeah, I mean, that's it. That's it. We're moving on to page 27, which starts with 90 and 2 3s. 90 is on board 8. sheet 8. I don't know. What are these called? Boards or sheets? Did I already pick up 8? One second. Yeah, I'm being ghosted. Not even a reply. Whatever. Okay. 80. No. Why did I say 80? This is 90. 90. Are these both 90s? One of them had a bunch of 63s inside. The other one probably had something inside it too. In fact, it's probably something sitting on my lamp right now. All right, I'm going to go for this one. And I cut my thumb. On a decorative piece. Punching out a decorative piece. Unbelievable. Now I'm just punching this 63 out of the middle of it. And then I'm going to install it inside out. Why is there no ink on this? Yeah, there is. There's just a little bit of ink right there and there. Probably why there's only a little ink, because probably a lot of it's going to get covered. For example, by this piece. Doesn't look like it's going to be good, though. I mean, you see those squares there? It means that's where the pins are going to go. Well, I guess it will be good because it'll be a pressure from both sides. But if the pins aren't tight going into here, then this thing's going to fall off. And that seems to be luck because, like, on the outside of the body, we had some decorative pieces and, like, some pins were tight, some pins were loose, and some pins didn't fit in. You know, it's just kind of luck of the draw, what you get. All right, so I need 2 3s. Got a bundle of 3s here. Threes are notorious for carrying splinters. So, yep, there's one of them. Got a little splinter on there. Let me just, you know, I actually don't want to sand them because then they could end up loose. All right. All right. This goes over the buttons. The buttons aren't installed yet, but where the buttons are going to go. Inside out. Pinned in with 2 3s. Got it. All right. That was a lot of work for a stupid decorative piece. Whatever. Okay. Put another one of those on the other side. I mean, you knew that was coming. More 3s. don't know where my last sheet of them went, but here's more of them. Let's see if these ones have the splinter problem. Looks like they do. Bad design on the punch out of the 3s. Those splinters are just in the way. All right. Just checking them for splinters. Look good. All right. Let's get this on there. Ink side out. 3 is holding them in place at the edges. Come on. Get in there. It's not going in. I was checking, like, maybe there's still a splinter on it, and that's why it's not going in, but no, it doesn't seem to be a splinter. I could sand it if it really won't go in, but let me just give it another shot here. All right, it started going in. I have to make sure the other side is in before I finish that one. Start both sides before finishing either side. Yep, looks good. If I can get it in. Yep. And this side. I'm supporting it on the other side with my fingers, right behind this wood. So if not, if you support it back here, you could end up bending that piece in the middle. So I'm supporting right behind the wood and driving that in. All right, what's next? Inspection. Okay, inspection time. Let's see what we got. Yeah. I've seen better looking instruments, but it's not bad. Maybe it's some varnish. I don't know. All right, what's next? I'm not sure what they're showing us here. They're putting a 3 on the inside, going to the outside, back here. Yeah, there is, yeah, I see it. There is a spot. But why would I do that? Why would I put a 3 there? And then it shows building something with a 94, a 95, and a 96. But I don't know if that's related to this, like, 3 or not. Let me turn the next page and see. Yeah, it's not related. They're just, you know, at the end of this page, they're just telling us to stick a 3 in there. So, okay, whatever, I'll do that. That's no problem. You want a 3 there? I'll put a 3 there. Maybe something's going to hang off that later, and I want to get to it while the inside is still accessible. A lot of splinters today. I just threw my 3 on the floor. I retrieved it. There he is. Looks like a little alien. All right. This piece. That's where they want it. They show it from this orientation, so I'm just going to do that just to make less chance of messing up. And they take a 3 and they stick it from the inside out. So probably something's going to hook on there at some point. Don't know what, but we'll be ready for it. How far has it got to go in? Oh, maybe a rubber band is going to hook on that. Because it didn't go in all the way. All right. Would be nice if they gave us a QC here to see how far that's supposed to go in, but they don't. It shows it should go there, but it doesn't say how far it should go in. All right. Hold on a second. Unbelievable. Okay. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. All right. Did I not turn the page? Oh, right, because 94, 95, and 96. And those seem to be on different... No, those are the threes. Okay. They're on this board. They're right here on this sheet. 94, 95, 96. There's a 93, there's a 97, there's a 90, there's three 92s that look like little aliens waving. I don't know why we're not using those for anything yet, but whatever. Start with the 94, 95, 96. All right, let's do it. Okay. It's actually a little tricky. Things like shaped like a pork chop. Not sure which way to go. I think it's like this. Just be very careful putting this piece on. Honestly, I'm not even sure if I'm doing it correct, but I think I am. All right, that's it. That's the little whatever we built. And they want the circle waxed. So this piece is going to turn. Is this going to be like turn, like tighten string? I don't know. Let's see. Wind the string, you know, tune the string. Tighten, tune up the string. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I don't know if that's what it's for or not. All I know is it ends with a circle and they want wax on the circle. All right, turning the next page. Now it's time to install this piece from the inside. All right. I like to turn and match the orientation of the book. So I have it like this. And this piece goes to this circle from the inside. How am I going to turn this piece from the inside? Anyway, I did what they said. And now, from the outside, they want another 93 attached. Oh, not another 93, the only 93. It's a teardrop shaped piece. All right. I'm just going to put it facing upward. And that's going to keep that on. The only thing is, what is attached to it? What is its purpose? If all it's doing is attaching to this teardrop piece, although the teardrop piece has an opening, so maybe the string is going to go in there. It has an opening and a void. So basically, see this? Something could go in there. I don't know. Let's see. And we also built this lever like pages ago, and we still haven't done anything with it. Give me another minute, okay? I want to drink some water and handle something. I can chat to you while I'm here, but I'm not going to assemble the puzzle for another minute. Just going to get something going here. Good. Everything looking good so far. I'll be back in a minute. I'll answer this question. What cheers you up when you're feeling down? Well, lately it's been this stream. Has been pretty good. But I feel like I should give a more generic answer than that. Like maybe even something you can do like on demand. It's actually important to have something like that. So there's a lot of things that make me happy, but they're not things that are like on demand. Like everything about caring for my family makes me happy, but they're not usually like scheduled things. I mean, I suppose if I started cooking dinner, then that would be like a scheduled thing. I do make the kids breakfast every morning and drive them to school every morning, so that's on a schedule. But we're not talking about a schedule. We're talking about something on demand. And also, something on demand should not be something that someone else has to do. That like makes it more complicated. So I mean, if you want to have something that you can like turn to and it's going to make you happy, you're looking for something that just you can do without anyone else's like help. And I even tempted to say without the internet, although obviously if your answer is like a video game or streaming, then you probably do need internet. But I mean, ideally it wouldn't. Cup of coffee, I think, is a simple thing, very simple thing, but how many cups of coffee can you have per day? Plus, you don't want anything that you're going to be addicted to, whether it's like coffee, alcohol, cigarettes. Those are like addictive. You don't necessarily want that to be, you don't want your answer to be something addictive, and you don't want it to be something harmful. But you could have a few different things. For example, it could be the cup of coffee, it could be taking a walk, it could be getting some sun, it could be, and just, or it could be the video game and streaming. But if you've got a few different things, then you've got something hopefully available to you at any time, using this like shotgun method of having a bunch of, well, that wasn't a good description. You just want to have a bunch of options, and so that hopefully one of them is available at any given moment. So I still didn't answer which one is mine. Well, the first one is kind of stupid. It's almost embarrassing to admit to, but I watch each day at breakfast. I watch a 22-minute sitcom. I mean, some of these go back to the 80s. They could go back further. I don't know which one I'm gonna watch next. I watched Cheers. I watched The Office. I'm currently watching that 70s show, which is not even really a good show, but I'm watching. I watched Frasier. So I've watched quite a few of them, and I might watch more. Over time. It seems like it's something that I just came up with post-COVID, because pre-COVID I used to have my breakfast at the ferry while commuting to Manhattan, and I don't do that as much anymore. So now it's usually breakfast while watching a sitcom. And it's funny because I never got a chance to watch these sitcoms. I was always so busy with either school or work or, whatever, practice, working out. I did sports for 15 years. I had a job for 30 years. I never really had time to watch any of these shows, and I finally can. So I'm doing it. I'm watching one episode per day for, who knows, maybe the next 50 years. I probably still won't watch all the shows, but then I also need something to keep me going in the middle of the day, and those are those other things I was naming. I'll be back in a second. So, coffee, walking around, sitting in the sun. What are some other ones? One thing is also, this one I do simultaneously while working, is I listen to podcasts, and I don't really like them, but for some reason, listening while working, suits me well. It's like, I often don't even pay attention to them. They're just like background noise. And maybe once in a while something will catch my attention, but just like the fact that they're running, for some reason, keeps me going. I feel like in some way, when I'm only working, I feel like I'm not getting anything done. I know it shouldn't be like that, but for some reason, it's just like an innate feeling that I'm not getting anything done, even though I'm actually getting my work done. But if I put on a podcast, then I feel like, oh, great, I'm listening to a podcast. And actually I may not even listen to the podcast at all. I may be totally focused on my work. But the fact that the podcast is playing in the background, it somehow makes me feel better about life. All right. I'm going to be done answering that question, and I'm going to get back to the puzzle now. So step 1 was inserting this piece. Step 2 was locking it with this. Step 3 is 2 more pieces, another 3 and a 97. I know we have more 3s here. Here they are. Grab another 3. See the huge splinter that came off of this? 2 huge splinters came off of that 3. All right, now the other piece I need is on sheet 8. Oh, back here again. I guess we'll be getting those 92s in a minute. So we're using 97 right now. Funny looking little piece. Also a tricky one to get out without breaking. Be careful with that one. All right, so hold it like this and put the 3 through it. Why did this 3 that we put from the inside not go all the way in? I think we have to make it go all the way in. like this one goes all the way in. Why doesn't this one? Well, maybe not, because maybe a rubber band is going to hook to it. Actually, right now, it's working as a stop for this piece. So maybe that's an indication that it's doing its job already. Maybe I can get a look in here at what it looks like assembled and kind of figure it out. Yeah, their picture looks the same as mine. This one is only like partially in. All right. Moving on to this piece that we just snapped together. This goes, again, let's get the orientation correct. So it goes to this piece here, which is kind of where we were working. They just had us flip this over. And now take it like this and put it in here. But it seems like it's going to collide with that other stuff. I don't know. Let's see. Did I build all that other stuff in the wrong place? No, it looks good. But this doesn't fit here. The stick like hits the bottom of this other structure. All right, I guess it's a tight fit, but it fits. All right. Can see there. Remember that pork chop piece? This goes like right underneath that. I don't know. It's kind of weird, but whatever. I guess it's correct. All right. Do you remember this piece that we built like, I don't know, a day or two ago? We're finally going to use it. All right. Let's see here. First slot. Is there a number 1 there? Yeah, there is. It shows it hitting something here. Like, do I need to, does this lift up? It does lift up. What is this? Oh, it's those rubber banded pieces. So I'm gonna put the stick in here and it's gonna hit this piece. But I gotta like lift it up to make that happen. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta lift it up with my finger to make that happen. There's a 1 on this side. So that 1 probably, yeah, that goes facing up. I'm not sure it matters, but that's how they do it. So there it is. I gotta pick this up. There's no way that's gonna stay there like that. It's supposed to go all the way across and out this side, but it's also supposed to pick that up. And I think if I do that, what's gonna happen? It snaps back down, right? So how do we, where is it supposed to click in? All right, let's just try that again. I think it's going to click into one of these open places. But so far, all it did was drop completely back down. But we're going to try it again. Try to hold it like lower this time. Keep the stick on top, keep the pressure. All right, now it's in the slot. And it tries to push this piece out. Oh, it did push it out, and now it dropped back down. All right, that was weird. How do I keep that from happening? We gotta drop an 88 in there. Sorry, an 89. And it's gonna lock into this thing here. All right, so gotta get this here. Well, what about all the others? Because they're not all gonna have that piece there. It's very tricky. This rubber band wants to pull it back down. Let me just try it one more time. See if it stays in. It just immediately fell down. All right, let's get it in there. Keep it low. Get it into the other side. Now it's in there. Now, if I hold it in there, what next? '89. These are the 89s right here. So yes, we can put one for each of these sticks that we're building. I'm still not sure like how we use them. I'm about to figure it out. You know, find out. Anyway, 89. How does this go in there? First of all, they want it waxed, which is tricky to do when I'm holding the other thing together, because the rubber band will pull it apart if I let go. And I don't see where to put the rest of these 89s, but one at a time, I guess. It looks like it goes here. But then where? Where does it catch? Well, I guess something is going to come along the top and keep it in there. But for now, it's going to get thrown out if I let go of it. Well, if it gets thrown out, I'll just fix them all at the end. Oh, okay. It doesn't get thrown out once you put this piece in there because it stops when it hits the wall. So it hits the wall, and this thing can't throw it out. All right, that's awesome. So we got the system. I assume the next step is to build 5 more just like it. Yep, that's it. Build 5 more. Probably when we built that first one, we were supposed to build 6 of them. But for some reason, I only built 1 of them. What was that piece called? It's like a while ago that we built that. Here it is. Yeah, times 6. Okay, we're supposed to do it 6 times. Anyway, it's very simple. It's a 58, a 59, and a 3. 58, 59, and 3. Here's the 58s This side's the 59s. And we got like an endless supply of 3s. That getting annoying to anyone else? I'm gonna turn it off the next time it does that, because at this point I'm not really, it's not really serving any purpose. Okay. These freaking 3s with their splinters. These 3s are the worst. All they do is leave splinters everywhere. Huge splinters on both sides. It's like there's 2 sides, multiple sheets of plywood, and the splinters can be like on either side at any level. I mean, you see it. It's like a mess. They're flying all over the place when they pop out. Look at all of that crap. All right, let's put these together. Wow, it didn't pop out. All right, which goes on top, the 58 or the 59? There we go. Wow, that is sunk in. More splinters popping off. Just get it started, then flip it around, drive it home. Hold on. I have numbers that line up. Like these 2 are numbered 2. No, these 2 are numbered 3. These 2 are numbered 2. And then inside of there, they have numbers as well. Yeah, they have numbers, so you match them all up. Last one. Wait a minute. Why do I have an extra 3? 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. I guess I punched out an extra one. Wait a minute. There's 6 numbers in here. Where's the 6th one of these? Oh, I popped it out first by mistake. And it was still sitting there. I stopped that thing. You won't hear it anymore. Just putting these sticks together. Well, it can be a little contest. See if you get yours built quicker than I get mine built. You probably will. 6 has a little 1 next to it. That's the only one with that number next to it. It's probably just showing that it's a 6, not a 9. I think it's the point of that little dot. This 3 is a little bit broken, but I think it'll get the job done. Though I suppose I could just get another 3. There's extra. If it doesn't seem stable, I'll get another one. Seems stable. All right, as I push them in, I'm gonna need these 89s, so I might as well just punch them out now too. 5 89s. Oh, what a coincidence. It's exactly how many we have. 5. Wow. Lucky we didn't break the piece. We just broke the container. Yeah, it was kind of flimsy. All right. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. And then we'll get the pins ready. All right. So we slide it in, lift up the rubber banded piece, keep it low until we get it to the other side. Let's see, I messed up, I dropped it. Keep the rubber band underneath, keep this piece low, get it through. The thing slides in there, it wants to throw it out, and that's when you drop this one in, which is going to prevent that. I was supposed to wax it. I'll wax all the others before I move on. The reason why you need to wax this one is because you can't support it from underneath when you're pushing it in. So you need all the help you can get so you don't break it. All right, yeah, once that's in, you can see the rubber banded piece goes through this slot, and then that makes it want to throw this stick button out, but this piece locks it in. So the 89 is what that piece is. I just should wax those all up from the start. All right, let's go. Do they all go in from the same side? I believe they do. Time for number 3. Number 3 is looser than numbers 1 and 2. just doesn't stay as tightly together. I don't think it'll be a problem once we get everything locked in, but it might be a problem to get to that point. I wasn't sure if that was in or not, so I pulled it back out. I heard it click, but I didn't see it go in there. Come on. Get in there. It doesn't feel like it's going in. There it is. It's in. And you could tell because it wants to push out. So that's how you know it's in. All right. Drop the 89 in. And I'll lock it in place. Good. Nice. Moving right along to number 4. Slide it in. Pull the rubber band back. Keep it low. Get it in the other side. Come on. Nope. Lost that one. Try again. Why? There we go. You hear that snap when it goes in, and then you can test it because it wants to push the piece out once it's on, because that means the rubber band is engaged. So this has a shelf life. I mean, these rubber bands aren't going to last forever. You're probably going to have to take it apart and replace the rubber bands every few months if you want this to actually work as a musical instrument. So probably going to need to record your music right away, because these rubber bands are not going to last forever. I mean, maybe there's a way to store them under the proper conditions to get the most life out of them, but my experience is that rubber bands don't last forever. If they had some special type, maybe, but these are regular rubber bands. I mean, regular wood, regular rubber bands. Hey, it's a model. Just for fun, right? Come on. For some reason, I can't get this one in. Is it too high, too low, not lined up? There we go. Eventually, we got it. I'm putting them all in this direction because that's what the picture says to do. Though I guess they would work in either direction. So when you push them in, the rubber band pushes them back out. So this is going to be the action somehow when this is a musical instrument. I don't really fully conceptualize it at this point, but that's obviously going to be part of making the music. It's in. Nice. Nice. Got it. All right. Wax the pins. Put in all the buttons. Hey, guess what we're doing next? We're closing up the fretboard with a decorative piece. This is done. Hopefully it's all working because we are about to finish 91 and 92. We have 3 92s, but I guess for this step we do just one of them. And we take this big board. We're going to close up the entire thing with this. And I think we're going to put a 92. I split my thumb. I don't know what I'm going to have to do a jigsaw puzzle after this because I can't do another wooden puzzle. I need to heal my thumb. It's it's cut, it's split. I was looking at finger cuts today, but I just looked at them and I was like, I can't do this. Finger cots. I mean, I can't deal with that. If someone has a better idea how to protect my fingers, let me know, but I'm not wearing finger cots. All right. Eventually, we'll probably need all the 92s, but for starters, we need one. This is interesting. We're not attaching it yet. We're just sliding this on. We're sliding 192 onto the board, onto the top piece. And then the second 92, we're going to slide onto this. So I don't know what that's all about, but that's in. The second 92 is going to attach to this. Give me a minute to figure out where and how. Looks like it's like this. Like this. And I can't figure out where to put it. It's telling me caution, don't mess up. And it seems to be putting it here, but does that make any sense? Is it going to stay like that? Maybe. I gotta tell you, it looks pretty stupid at this point because you see, like, this one is going this way and this one's going a different way, but I don't know. Maybe it's gonna slide into place. I don't know. All right, time to attach the fretboard. Yeah, I think it is gonna slide into place or kind of snap into place. We're like gonna drop this in and then fold it down. I think that's the plan. Yeah. How crazy is that? We drop it in. Now, why would I just not attach it first? Is there any reason not to? They specifically want me to drop it into this thing. I'm just going to attach it first. I don't see how that dropping in, I mean, it's like impossible to do. And I'm not sure what it's going to do for us. I think we can just drop this whole thing in. And that's going to work better. Doesn't close. You know what? It's supposed to be like this. Ah, okay. That's why they wanted to drop it in first. All right, I gotta take one of these off. Okay. I gotta get this one on. I gotta get this. Okay. It goes on the circle. That's what it actually does. So I put this one through the circle. And then drop this one in. Not saying it's easy, but that's what we gotta do. All right, we got it. And then just flip it over, right? There you go. We did it. So if we need to get in there and repair the rubber bands or the sticks, we can. Of Cool. Nice. Very nice. All right, it's time to build the knob, I guess. The thing that's going to turn it. All right, 81 and 82. These are on board 4. All right, 81 and 82. Hold on a second. Actually, I'll be back in a minute. Okay. Not quite there yet. All right. Okay. 81, 82, and 86X. 2 86Xs, which I think is this piece. Been waiting a while for its turn. 2 of these. And then 81 and 82. They're both on board 4. All right. It says to put them together first, wax them second. So they go together like this. Now they want all the sides waxed, all 4. Now this goes on here. Right up in there? I think so. That's going to be really tight. Yeah. Yeah, right up in there. Same thing from the top. Nice. All right, we got it. Excuse me. Sorry about that. All right, this is an F2. Inspect it. Oh, looks pretty good. All right, now, apparently we build something very similar with 2 more 86s and an 83 and an 84. And 84. Why do we need 2 of these? Is it like, are they for different, you use them, you like alternate them? Do they have different pitches, different tuning? I don't know. Let's, we'll find out soon enough. Sorry, my voice is going here. Let me drink some water. Sorry, it's been like a rough stream tonight. Thank you for bearing with me. All right. So we put this together. It shows it facing the other direction, but I think it's pretty much the same. Same thing we did before. Just, they're implying something by showing it facing the other direction, but I find it more comfortable to put together facing this direction. It's just the way you hold it. It's the same 2 pieces connecting the same way, no matter how you do it. Come on. you can believe it, we're going to build a third one of these things next. It's going to look, the third one's going to look a little different, but it is kind of a third one of these. Wow. Having trouble getting this one to lock in. Did I put the wrong pieces, maybe? I did? Well, let me see. No, I didn't. It's the right piece. So why doesn't it seem to go on? I don't know. Just keep pushing. It might break, but I don't really have a choice but to keep pushing it on. I can stop and put the other side first, and maybe that'll help. Yeah, that side went right on. Equal pressure is the best way to not break it. Yeah, that went on. All right. Now, 99, 100, 2 101, 3 101s, and a 102. This is like a crazy little section here, but we'll get it done. $99, 100. What'd I say? 3 101s and a 102. Well, there's 3 102s here, but apparently we only need 1 102, and then we need 3 101s. Where are the 101s? There we go. 3 101s. Okay. 3 101s it is. 1, 2. It fell. The first one fell off the table, but I caught it. And 3. All right. Okay. Finally. All right. Sorry about that. Attach this. Yeah. And then wax it up. And then attach those 4 pieces. The thing is, I needed to keep track of which was the 99 and which was the 100, because the locking pins are a little bit different, and I didn't keep track. So now I have to look for clues. I think 99 is the shorter side, but I'm not sure. There's definitely is a shorter side. Definitely this side is shorter. I just can't tell from their picture which side is shorter. There's a plus minus on it. Oh, there's the plus minus. Okay. So that's the clue, the plus minus. All right, so the two 101s go on the plus side. And then the 102 followed by the 101 goes on the minus side. So let's do the 102 first. And then after that, we'll just have three 101s. $102 on the minus side. Thought we greased this up, waxed it up. And then a bunch of 101s. One on one side, two on the other side, two on the plus side. Nice. Done. All right. I'm not sure why we built these three pieces, but we built them and they're done. I'm checking on another thing. I actually have two things going on here. All right, one of them looks good, and if you can believe it, the other one also has progress. Okay. All right, what's next? Wow. What the hell is this? I know what it is. It's that knob that goes at the end of the body. But dang, is it crazy. Well, it's all coming together. I can say that. Just wondering whether to do that first or to take a 10-minute break and do this stuff I need to do here. Well, it's not quite there yet. Okay, there it is. All right, I'm taking a little break here. I'll be back in a minute. All right, I still need 2 more minutes. Thank you for your patience. All right. I'm just gonna start popping these pieces out. The right piece, right? One of them's 103 is the circle, and then 104s go around them. 3, 8, 3. Yeah, all right. Of course. What's going on? We're not done with this board. We're still 2 106s, a 104, 105. I don't know. It's like we're not finishing any boards. I mean, I feel like we're almost done with this project, but we're not done with any boards yet. It's like they're very stingy in some sense. I mean, they look empty, but like this one has still 42. This one still has 106. They each have like, they're like each hanging by a thread. All right, so I need to attach all of these to this, which I'll do in 1 second. I'll be back in a minute. One more second and I'll be back. That looks good. All right, we're done here. Well, not on your table. the two other things I was doing are done. All right, let's get back to this. Actually, there's one more thing I want to do over there. Okay, much better. Now, we can start putting this together. I apologize for the delay. It's kind of a cool piece, actually. And it looks, I don't know if it's going to feel comfortable, but it looks cool. Huh. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of pieces to stick into somewhere. Luckily, I've got something that's going to kind of set all the distances correct. This circle in the middle is going to attach to this end circle here, and that's going to hopefully kind of set everything to the right distance apart, which will make it easier to fit it in whatever it's going to fit in. I don't even know yet. Oh, it's just going to be piece 105. Yeah, there it is. And then another 102. Just one on the top, one on the bottom. So piece 105 is right here. Very distinct looking piece. Looks like the chamber on a revolver. And then piece 102. I mean, weren't we just working with a bunch of 102s? Yeah, here they are. So 102 at what I guess we'd call the top, and then 105 at the bottom. Okay. So the 102 just kind of, again, helps with locking this all together. It's tough to get in there. All right, that's why they give us this tool to get this thing in there, because my finger's not going to fit in there, that's for sure. All right, that's good. That's nice. It's now locked in on both sides. Very nice. All right, now can we get this piece on? Has to make, I don't know, 8 attachments. That's gonna be tricky, huh? All right, we gotta start somewhere, right? Start on this side. Do we have to start somewhere, or do we have to line up all 8 of them at once and then push them all? I feel like I'm probably gonna break this piece, but it's a crucial piece and I don't have a second copy of it, so it cannot be broken. I'm like, I feel like I have no chance of getting this, but yet I must. What the fuck? All right, come on. There's gotta be a way to do this. All right, let's get them all in like a tiny fraction. Can we do that? And then from there, hopefully we can just finish them all at once. Problem is this piece like sticks to my fingers. I don't know, maybe I'm just making excuses, but I feel like I get one end in and the other end gets pushed out. Right from the top here. Well, this is it. This is the toughest part of the whole build. All right, I got an idea. I'm gonna sort of pinch them all from the back, and that's gonna give them they're all gonna go kind of uniformly at that point. I can get them all started. Nope, that didn't work. Wow. This is page 32, instruction 4. And it is a nightmare. How am I going to do this? All right. I don't know how, but we're going to do it. Not getting any closer. I don't think I've had even one of them temporarily go in, because the other ones push it out. It's like when you're trying to get one in, the other ones push it out. All right, constant pressure and constant circling and lining up. How about that? Will that work? Feels like something happened. I think it's on. All right. Wow. Well, there you go. It basically is impossible until the 1 second when you get them all lined up at once, and then it just pops right on, no problem. All right, we made that knob. All right, now we need 2 106s, which are right here. All right, 2 106s lined up. Any ink, any dots, any numbers? Nope. And then this knob goes through the 2 106s. All right, let's see, there we go. Well, I got one of them on. Let's get the other one on. It didn't say to wax them. Well, I guess they don't need to be waxed. It's all kind of moved together. All right. Can you believe they want 57s plugged in at both ends? I feel like we could have done that maybe before we did this thing. I don't know. All right, these are the 57s. We used some of them another night. Well, we're going to use 2 of them right now. Drop 1 in each end. Yep, that's the plan. Wow, this knob they're making really sturdy. Yep. Then one end. I think this knob is under constant action while the instrument is playing, so it makes sense that they'd make this as sturdy as possible. And they definitely have done that. I can't even get this piece in. This 57 piece. But once it's in, this is done. This little knob piece is done. Wow. Not in yet. Now it is. Nice. Very strong. All right. Now this knob piece is being labeled G. So inspect it and just remember that it's called G. 87. Not sure where they want us to put this 87. There's a piece called 87. They want us to find it, wax it, and then I'm not sure where we're supposed to put it. Maybe on the end of this piece, but which one's even which? F1. F2. F1, yeah. F1's the longer one, I think. Yeah. F1's the longer one. But I'm not sure where this 87 goes. All right, first let's just find 87. It's on sheet 1. There is a gear on sheet 1, but it's labeled 15, not 87. So, oh, okay. Here's 87. I guess this came from page 1. We have 3 87s. Wax up 87. I want to wax up these gears good. Make sure they're clean of any splinters so that they'll work. All right, where does 87 go? They're showing it going here, but they show that in one picture and then it's not even there in the next picture. So I don't know what to say about that. All right, I know where it goes. Let me see in here. Yeah, yep. I think it goes behind this piece. There's a piece in here that's like slanted. I don't know if I'm supposed to move it over or not. Kind of think that I am supposed to. All right, it's moving. I just had a piece that was not correct. At least I don't think it was correct. If it was, then I'm breaking it. All right, there we go. That looks much better. Okay. Still unclear on where this 87 goes. They got some crazy pictures here. I think it goes. What did I do with 87? I think it goes here, but I don't know how I'm gonna make that happen. And I'm not even sure if it's correct. Like, I'm trying to do something that's difficult, and I'm not even sure if it's correct. Kind of guessing where this goes. All right. It's lined up with the gear. So that should go through, right? It'd be a miracle if this actually works. Oh, it works. How far in do I push it? I mean, it turns the gear. It turns the gear already. I feel like, why push it anymore? I'd be pushing my luck. It'd be nice to see how far it's supposed to stick out. Let me just try to push it in a little bit further. Just until it comes out the other end. All right, I can feel it at the other end, so I'm gonna say that's far enough. The gear turns and I could feel it at the other end, so that's good enough. All right, now 88. I want us to do 88 next. 88 is on sheet 5. There it is. No, that's 75. There's no 88 on this sheet. Is it on one of these things that got pushed out earlier? Wow. All right, am I looking at the wrong board? It shows sheet 5, but 88 isn't on sheet 5. It also shows sheet 1, and it is on sheet 1. Yeah, there it is, 88. It's a little one of those little pin pieces. And there's two 111s, so I don't know. We're like apparently far from being done. Now, where does this little piece go? Wow. They're showing a super zoomed in view here. But of what? Wow. Alright, I see a little diamond piece and a circle. Well, there's the diamond piece, but I don't see a circle nearby. I see this piece, and I see a circle, but I don't see where the pin is supposed to go. Did I miss something? I'm just looking on page 33, number 3, the third instruction, and I don't see, I just can't figure out where they want me to put this number 88 staple. It doesn't look like it's the most important piece, but I like to get it right if I can. I just don't see anything that looks like it needs a pin. There's kind of something over here. There is a slit, but why would I put a pin through that? It's like a super zoomed up view here, but I'm not sure what they're zooming the view of. Oh, okay. It also matches the last panel from here. So if I follow this, I should find it. Yeah, it's the same spot. The last panel from here is the same as this thing. So I don't know if I missed a piece along the way, but I'm not seeing anywhere to stick this. Just trying to look at it from different angles. Maybe I'll see it. I'm seeing that same piece, but it's like an oval shape. That can't be right. Okay. I got the view to look correct. All right. can't find where this piece goes. So now I'm just wondering how important of a piece is it? Is it mission critical? I know I'm wasting your time. I just can't figure out where to put this piece. Right, I'm gonna have to move along. And if it comes to me, I'll put it in when I figure it out. But as for now, I just don't see where it goes. I don't see anywhere that looks like it could take that piece. Especially don't see anything that looks like it should take that piece. Maybe this? I could put it there, but why would I? Or was I looking at the wrong section this whole time? Because this maybe looks more like what I need. Yeah, that could be it. All right, let's get this facing the right direction. That's it. That's what we were looking for. So where's the spot where this pin goes? All right, I now have it looking exactly like the picture. And there's no spot for the pin. Does that mean I put this whole contraption in the wrong spot? The only way to fix it would be to crank this whole thing back, which I can't because it's attached on both sides. There's a spot here, but I have something attached to that. Is that not correct? Well, everything else looks right, but I don't see a place to put that pin. Even though I was originally looking at a different spot, now I'm looking at the right spot, and I still don't see a place to put it. So I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna move on. All right, now we need another 87. Okay. Now they're showing the 87 in here. Wow, they're showing it. This time they're showing it very early. Last time it was like the last thing. This time it's like the first thing. Which is actually kind of good. It's easier to line up that way. Yeah, turns and everything. Now this, oh my goodness, now the pin is there. Now I have the chance to put the pin. Why is this instruction 3 if that doesn't show up, if that opportunity doesn't show up until after 5? Because this stick has that piece. Now when I put this in, now I have the chance to put that locking pin. Okay, so maybe this first one has that too. And I just got to push it in further, and then the locking pin will appear. The opportunity to install a locking pin will appear. All right, so I need to push both of these knobs in further in order to lock them in. Although, frankly, I don't think they're going anywhere. All right, so now this can be locked in. And the reason why I couldn't find a locking pin on the first one probably means that I didn't push it in far enough. Well, hopefully they both take an 88. If not, I just put the wrong piece in. Yeah, they both take an 88. All right, so this first one I didn't push in far enough. That's why I never got the chance to lock it in. So I just got to keep pushing on that. It spins, it's good. Just got to get it to go through there. The gear is good. It's just the knob is not going in all the way. Should I really care? It would be nice. It would be nice to have it in all the way. Is it possible that it's not correctly in the gear? No, because it's turning the gear, and I even see the bottom of it turning. Just need to push it through further. Though it doesn't seem to want to go in further, I'm worried I could start breaking the wood, and then I'll break the whole thing, and then it'll be a waste. Whereas now it's working, it's just not locked in. Why did the other one go in and this one won't? All right, it's going in. I felt it moving. All right, I can see it. Still turns, that's good. All right, let's get the locking pin. 88, was it? 88 indeed. Of course I broke that whole thing out. What else is new? What did I do with that piece? There it is. Can't get the angle to get this one in. So it's like first I couldn't find it, now I can't get the angle. Gonna use pliers to get it started, just because my fingers aren't skinny enough. Hopefully I can do it with the pliers. Where the heck did it go? Oh, I think I lost. Oh, there it is. I'm going to take off my glasses, hold it with the pliers, get in close. Hopefully I don't end up with anything flying towards my eye. It's in. All right. There we go. It's in. And the gear turns. Let's try this one. Oh man, I just broke a gear. What gear did I break? Hopefully it's one I have a double of. I can't believe that. I just dropped it down and it broke. I just dropped this thing and a half a gear fell out. I don't know which half of gear it is. That gear is intact. This one's no longer spinning. So it might, yeah, it's this one. All right, I busted that gear. That was the same one I was working on all this time. So it was better off not locking it in. It didn't break until I got it to lock in. Yeah, that's busted. Gotta redo it. With with another gear that hopefully doesn't break. Right, so that pin I spent all that time getting in, I gotta push it right back out. You know what? I'll do it tomorrow. I want to get the rest of it together, and then I'll figure out how to get that gear to work. I'll also kind of analyze how important that gear is, because it attaches to another gear, and if I have to stick this in there and turn that gear, if it's just for tuning, for example, I mean, I can just tune it with this thing. If it's for playing, then we gotta definitely replace that gear. All right, now we gotta inspect it. It looks good. Looks good, but we know a gear is broken. Now we have to make this all work. Now is the time. We're gonna attach, yeah. They want us to wax these gears up, wax these attachments up. They know it's gonna be a tight squeeze. All right, this is gonna attach to this right now. What do you think? Can we do this without breaking it? Did that just happen? I think it did. I think it's in. My goodness. We did it. It's attached. We built the Hurdy Gurdy. This isn't on yet, but I assume it just hooked onto that. And also we need string. All right. So the next sign has a piece of music. It says clack. Oh, clack? Like it's supposed to click? I think it already clicked. I think it clicked when it went in. All right, we're gonna attach this knob next, I assume. Yep. Attach the knob. There we go. And then probably a locking pin. Yeah, 111. What's going on? We built the Hurdy Gurdy. Well, we didn't add the strings yet, and we didn't create the stand yet, but we basically did it. All right, 111. Where's 111? That's 110. We need 111. It's on sheet 1. This is sheet 1. There's 13. 110, 40. Here's 111 right here. Actually, not a very important piece, just a locking pin. I think we learned our lesson, these locking pins. I mean, if they go in, great. If they don't, as you see, I broke a gear that was working perfectly by forcing that locking pin in. So, and that might have not been my fault. The wood might have been, you know, not perfect. Basically, I regret forcing it in. I could replace that gear. For now, though, let's test this knob out. Works pretty cool. When do we add the strings? All right, they want us to build the bass first, which is 107, 108, and 109, which are on boards 6 and 7. Okay. Why do we have an 81 and an 82 here? In case we broke them. So we can, and we have another 87, and we have another 83 and an 84. Are we building more stuff, or are those extra pieces? I think we have entire extra pieces of that stuff that we broke, so we can definitely fix this. So I'll probably fix it like offline, and tomorrow I'll come back and do some music. All that's left is building the stand and stringing it up. Check it out. It's complete. Can you believe it? Yeah. Yeah. We need to string it up still.
Wow, congrats. That looks great.
Thank you.
I can't believe it.
I can hardly believe it myself.
How did you do that?
Well, it was a 3-day build. I broke one gear, but I have plans to fix it.
Can I touch?
Go ahead.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, this actually lifts up. There's like buttons in here. The string is going to go through there, and then there's going to be a crank here. It's going to play music, yeah. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's a crazy, yeah. It's like a legendary puzzle. It's been like, it's got 2,000 something reviews.
Can't wait to see when it plays music.
Yeah. Yeah, me neither. All right, 107 and 108. Basically, this is the stand. Kind of jammed. All right. All right. Now it's got its own little stand. I think we're supposed to string it up next. No. We're supposed to crank this wheel while holding this. I still don't even know what this is. But apparently it's important that we crank the wheel while holding it. I guess it's wax, but like, I don't know, better wax or something? I don't know. I don't know why we don't use the same wax as on the other. I guess it's not wax. I guess it's something else. I think I'm gonna do it this way. Probably protecting the wood from the strings, I would guess. No, protecting the strings from the wood. What I meant to say. Right. Looks like the string ties to here and then makes loop down and back, hooking up a lot of stuff along the way and making some knots. Feel like, should I leave this string for tomorrow? Let me give it one quick shot and see how it goes. Wow, the string is a whole project unto itself. Is it one piece of string? It's like fishing line. Okay. Yeah, it's one piece of string. Starts off here. Actually, starts off here. I don't know if it matters. There's probably we're gonna tie one at the beginning and one at the end. So let's use this one at the beginning. Probably would be good to know at this time all these knot tying techniques. You're just gonna have to study this picture. I mean, I can't even figure out how to do this knot myself. I definitely can't help anyone. All right, it looks like it just starts off going up and then it goes down, and then on the way down it twists around like 3 times. I need those needle nose pliers again to grab this little thing. Then after it goes around 3 times, then you loop it through both the top and the bottom. Probably if you do tie fishing lures, you probably know how to do this by heart. All right, it looks good. I got the loop just like they have. Only I can grab it without it backtracking. Yeah, I probably should have used the pliers. I think I got it. Had it, but I lost it. Try it again. Alright, I'm not sure I did it the same way as them, but I think I got it. Can clip that wire at the end if it's too long. Looks like they want me to tie the other end to the other circle. Is that crazy? I guess that's the way they do it. They're gonna send it through both directions. Oh, I hope we got enough string. Anyway, let's do it. All right. Do you remember how we did the first one? I think it was like up here. Make sure I don't tangle the first one into the second one. It's like loop down, wrap it around 3 times. Two. 3. Now, loop through the bottom and through the top. All right. Again, not perfect, but it's through both sides. No. Was I supposed to? Not sure. Not sure what's going on here. Looks like they both come on the same side. And then we open this up. Oh, this doesn't make sense. Am I supposed to cut this string? on the first page, it shows it like tied twice and with 2 strings leading off. But then on the second page, we all of a sudden have end pieces again. Oh yeah, we do cut the string at some point. Okay. On page 41, it shows the string being cut. I just wondered. Okay, no cuts on 39, no cuts on 40. But on 40, it shows them going through. And I don't see how they're going to do that if I don't cut them. All right, give me 1 second. So, I have it on the stand right now, but let me just... There's the stand. There's the hammer. Let me just put it here so you can see it while I fix some of the cabling. So, we basically did the wooden structure of the Hurdy Gurdy yesterday, but now we need to string it up and get it to make some music, which I'll attempt. After we string it, we still need to tune it. An issue with that is we broke a gear yesterday. I think we can tune it without that 1 gear. It actually, if I can show you where that gear is, I remember it was, yeah, on the headstock here. One of these pins, I broke the gear. Yep, it's this one, the gear's missing. So you can see what it was, the next gear that it was going to turn. And there's a tool that they give us, and I could just use that tool to turn that gear. So, I mean, if it's just used for tune, if the knobs on the headstock, I assume are just used for tuning. So I could just stick my finger in there or a toothpick or golf tee and I could get it tuned, you know. And then these are the gears for playing it, and then inside of here are buttons. So I think that gear was only for tuning, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. All right. So I think the only thing I still need here is this tool, which I was saying I'm going to use for tuning. And then I need the instruction book, which is going to tell me how to set up the strings, and then I'm gonna need a wire cutter. No, that's the needle nose pliers. Maybe they'll come in handy. All right, here's the wire cutter. So we're gonna string this thing up and see if we can play it. Nick, if I get this Hurdy Gurdy working, you'll come play it? All right, it might take me a while. All right. Looks kind of like a violin. I think a violin's a little bit bigger in length. I don't know if it's any bigger in height. It might be less even. So, back of the book here, stringing it up. It's actually very complex, the stringing. As you can see, it goes on for page after page. It's got caution signs. It's got instructions to turn knobs. It's got instructions to cut the wire. I got to this last night after spending already over 2 hours to finish the woodworking, and I just was thinking, it's not the time to get into this stringing. If it was just tuning, if it was just like stretching them and tuning them, like adding strings to an acoustic guitar, I could do it, but we you see these, this is a super blow up, this image, but it's like this string, which is really like, you can't even see it. It's like fishing line. here it looks huge and you can see it going through these holes, but in reality, that's going to be like nothing. Like, I'm not even sure what that is. Like I see that I see two holes here, and I did that. Those are rather big holes compared to these. These look kind of tight. I'm not even sure where those ones are. And in fact, I kind of disagree. I felt like I disagreed with the instructions because we tied two ends here. So by tying two ends there, that like leaves all this stuff. And then they show it going through these two holes here. Well, actually, there's two sets of holes. And it shows them going through the right side, each string going through the right side. But the only way that would happen is if I had put them there first before feeding them into here, which maybe I got to untie it and do that. But the order in which they showed the instructions, I wouldn't have known to do that. But maybe I'll do it. What? Usually you look really close and you look for like a line around your pupil. You also can just, what I do is I put like something far away and close one eye, close the other, see if you can see it. Let me know if you need help.
I tried peeking my contacts and I couldn't find where the contact went.
Look at something in the distance, close one eye and see if you can read it, then close the other. If it's in your eyelid, that's a totally different issue.
I don't know where it went.
Okay. So you can't see with it anymore.
Yeah.
And you don't know where it went.
Yeah.
Did you drop it?
I don't like looking.
Does it feel anything uncomfortable under your eyelid?
No.
Alright. And there were new lenses?
Yeah.
Look around for something shiny. Sometimes it looks like a drop of water. And then if time passes and it dries out, then it looks like a crinkly, dried up white thing. But at this point, it should look like a drop of water.
I don't know. I can see it.
I don't know. Sometimes it falls and sticks to your shirt. Check your shirt. I don't know. Sorry. Alright, so the only way for me to get it through these holes and these holes is to untie these and start over here, or to cut the string. But if I cut the string, I don't know where to cut it. That's the issue. But if you look at these instructions, it's like, just going back to the beginning, it's like tie one, and then, I believe it says then times two. So it's like tie the other. So I tied both ends. I tied one end to one circle and one end to the other circle. And then here's the picture. That's what it looks like. So, and then, okay, so we did that. So we go to the next page. And then it's like, okay, feed it through these slots. It may not be in those slots at this second, but I can put them back in there. And then it's like, send it all the way down here and through these holes. This is where I have a problem. How am I going to send it through those holes without cutting it? Because the instructions don't say to cut it. But I think I have to. I don't see any other way. On this page, there's instructions to cut it. But that's... Let me see. Let me go back to this page. Does it say to cut it? No, it doesn't say to cut it. But, there's no other way to do it. So I feel like I got to just cut it. But then if I'm wrong and I end up with not enough string to build the instrument, that's going to be a problem. I feel like I need to fully understand this before I cut anything. Down that path, through those holes, into the knobs on the headstock. So those are exactly those knobs that we were looking at yesterday. Those do not have holes. What are they talking about?
No.
It's not a big deal. You just open a new pack of lenses. It's probably not. And if it was, you just blink like 10 times and it'll come out. It's I've thought that before and it's never been in my eye. Well, one time it was. Like one time in 30 years. Though I read about a lady going to the emergency room with like 20 contact lenses in her eye. But I only had it happen to me once that the lens was in there. And I like couldn't find it. I went to sleep and then I woke up. My eye was like shut. And it was basically the lens was like at that point in the front of my eye, but like crumpled. So right now I'm just trying to find the holes of where these lines are even gonna go. And I don't see them. Ah, there they are. I see them. Okay. The holes are on these gears. So forget about these little gears. I'm just going to stick my finger in there and do those gears. Okay. So I found where the string is going at least. Yeah, they're going to tie onto those two gears. But yeah, I definitely got to cut those strings. Now, I just want to, before I do it, I want to analyze the rest of the pictures to see if there's anything more than run the two strings this way and tie them onto the gears. Because if so, I might need more string for that. It looks like all of these instructions are just saying tighten the gear, but let me keep doing. Hold on, can you give me 5 minutes? I gotta check on my son. What's going on? What's the story? What's the story with the lens? Oh, great. Okay, great. Yeah, but it was new. He opened it just yesterday. Okay, fine. All right. Well, it's fun, but okay. Yeah, you gotta get the math done. I mean, I can help you after my string. I just gotta string up this guitar and then I'm done. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna close the door. All right. I have an update. My wife found the lens on the floor in the bathroom and they threw it out, which he just opened that pack of lenses yesterday. So that's like money flushed in the toilet, but whatever. At least the lens was found and it wasn't in his eye. So he was complaining about homework, not about lenses. It's basically, it has to be uploaded by 8 a.m., which is better than by midnight as far as I'm concerned. You potentially could go to sleep, wake up at 6 a.m. and finish it. Sometimes it's easier when you're fresh. Sometimes it's easier to start the homework at night, like kind of get rough ideas of what you want to do and then go to sleep and then wake up and finish it. And it's sometimes that's the way to go. Because if you start something at night and try to stick with it till it's done, it might take you like 5-6 hours and you don't even do a good job. But if you start something, put like 45 minutes in, go to sleep for 6-7 hours, and then wake up and finish it, you sometimes end up finishing it in like another hour or two. So instead of, and you do a good job because you're fresh. So instead of spending 5 hours and doing a crappy job, you spend 3 hours and do a good job and you get some rest in the middle. So that's like the way to go. But often with these time limits, whether it's for work or school, they just don't allow you to do your best work. And I understand that when it's like in a sports analogy, but sometimes in work, I'm like, well, why would you not want to do it right? And I feel like real jobs do it right. That's why, like, this is another thing that makes me want to side against the so-called like elites. Their jobs are all bullshit. I mean, when someone builds like a building or a factory, or someone works a farm, or they raise cattle, they like doing a real job that has to be done, and they take the time to do it right because they know it's important and there's no way to fake it. I feel like a lot of these like elite big city jobs, they're just like bullshit. They got artificial time limits, they got artificial regulations and laws and rules. And everything is like made up bullshit, and you have to study someone else's made up bullshit and pretend that you think it means something. Like tomatoes grow if you get like sun and water and like soil, and like that's how tomatoes work. Cryptocurrency grows if you convince some other idiot to buy the stupid thing that you bought, and it's like it's so much bullshit. I don't know. Cities need to get better, and they were once that they were doing textiles and they were doing clothing. Well, that's repetitive. Anyway, they were doing printing, they were doing writing. People used to take pride in their work. They used to do advertising that they took pride in. Nowadays, it's all just how many people can you fool? Like, this is what we've been reduced to. How many people can you fool? This is how you make money. This is surely a sign of a dead economy. This can't possibly be sustainable. Do some real work and your economy will be good. Of course, expect to be paid for your real work. You have every right to expect to be paid, but I feel like all the people who know how to get paid, they're all in the like bullshit sectors of the economy. They're wasting all their talents on selling bullshit. They could be selling real shit, Maybe that would work better. Energy is maybe one of the few areas where they mixing real product with, politics and marketing and getting somewhere. Most businesses are either real product, but you're getting exploited for it, or bullshit and you're becoming rich for it. And neither one of those is a good situation. I think it's dry goods like coffee, oil, gold, like stuff that you can like store for a while seems to do well. But let's get some good minds in the areas that involve some risk. That needs to, they're important too, and if it means that they need to be insured, then that's what they need to be. All right, so I was going back into this just to make sure that I only need 2 lines, and I'm actually growing in confidence that that's the case. But on this third page of stringing, there's tuning, which is fine. There's a lot of caution signs, and I'm just reading all the caution signs before I go any further. This caution is just like, don't let this string go on the wood. This caution, I can't figure out. I think it's saying, don't let the string get trapped under a gear. It doesn't want the string to get trapped here, but that's where the string starts. Oh, they don't want it to make contact. I'm not sure what they want. They're like, the original instruction is to tie it here and to go through these grooves and to go over this wheel. But then like 2.5 pages later, they have this very caution sign. Like, what are they cautioning us about? To not let this strings touch this wheel? Is that what they're saying? It looks a little bit like there's space there. So that's a good thing. Don't let it touch the wheel. Because I would have thought it's exactly supposed to touch the wheel. And then this last one, it's like, this is bad, this is good. And I can't tell what they're trying to say. All right, this one is higher than this, and this one is lower, so it has to be higher. How is it going to get higher if it's in that groove? Let's just test our theory. I mean, I'm not like installing it, I'm just kind of testing how it would it theoretically work. Well, the only way it would work is if you don't put it in the groove. But it is going to fall in the groove. Or am I supposed to tighten it so that it gets out of the groove? Oh, there's another one up here. No, that thing is going to fall in that groove. I don't see how that's avoidable. I don't get it. In this picture, the strings are in the grooves and they're touching this wheel. In this picture, it's saying green is right, red is bad. And the only difference is that green is above this and red is below. But right here, they're both clearly below. Look how low that one is. It's way down in that groove. But yet on this picture, it's like, you better be above this or you're wrong. You know what? I'm not going to sweat these pictures. The only thing I needed to confirm is that I only need 2 lengths of string, because then I can cut it. So I'm going to cut the string right down the middle, right in half. I assume that's the way it's got to be done. And then I'm going to string it up. And if it doesn't play, I'm going to figure out what's wrong with it. But I'm not going to try to figure it out in advance. All I really need to know at this stage is, can I cut the string? And I'm pretty sure I can. And then the second question is where to cut it. And I think the answer is down the middle should be close enough. It may not be perfectly accurate, but it should get the job done. Here's a problem. The string is caught in the headstock. I can't move forward until I get that untangled. Wow, that is really tangled. They have all these like curvy pieces of wood. All right, I got it out. I think I got it out. I got one portion out. All right, there were 2 portions caught in there. All right, now I'm gonna stretch the string out. I'm gonna be off camera for a second because I gotta stretch it as far as it'll go. And then I'm gonna cut it right at the midpoint, hopefully not cutting my finger in the process. All right, I have just the string. I squeezed it and it didn't cut. Try again. Do I have the pliers or the cutter? This is the cutter, but it didn't cut. All right, cut. I don't know. I don't know why my first attempt didn't cut, but the second one did. I think I only need 1 cut, so I'm going to put the cutter away. It's actually called a clipper. I don't know what cutter. Where did I come up with that? Cutter is a boat. Clipper is what I was just using. All right. Now, let's continue stringing this up. I'm just going to go through it again in the back here, tie it up. I probably should clip those, but let me make sure it's working first. All right, so 2 ends of string tied at the back. Next, strings go through these grooves. Next, they go down here and go through the right side of each. So let's just do them one at a time here. All right, there's the groove. Now I need to get it into the right side. Wait, right side? Yeah. Right side, right. The right side of the right pairing. The right hole of the right pairing. And the second string will go through the right hole of the left pairing. Is that through? Did I get that? No, I didn't get that. I think I need to take off my glasses and use the needle nose pliers. Take off my glasses to see. Use the needle nose pliers to direct because I can't seem to get this. All right, I got it. All right. Where the hell did it go? That is way off. Okay. Looks good, I think, for the moment. All right. Should I string them both or should I feed this one through the next part? I think I should feed it through the next part. Just deal with them one at a time because you know what? If I deal with the second one, I'm gonna end up pulling this one out probably. And I'm just reading where it goes. It goes through the tuning gear. I feel like I have to read the whole thing to progress. I didn't feel that way when I was doing the wood, but I feel that way about the stringing. I don't know. Maybe it's paranoia. Like I'm trying to find out where does it ever go back through this hole? Like, why are there two holes if it never goes back through it? Yeah. Never goes back through it. But I'll tell you this. I got it in the wrong hole because when I look at it from another angle, it's the two middle holes. You know what? I don't think it even matters which two holes. Let me just go back and see which ones they said to use. They said to use the two rightmost, right? But then when you go on the next page and you look at them on this page, in page 42, section 14, now it shows them at the two middle holes. How is that? There's no graphic where it shows me pulling the wire back out, but yet somehow they go in from the two rightmost holes, and then later on the next page, without them ever being pulled back out, now they're on the two innermost holes. But here's an important point. They're only through two holes. So two holes used, two holes not. So I'm going to interpret the fact that two holes get used and two holes don't, one from each pairing, and the fact that they show different holes used in different drawings, I'm going to say pick the one that lines up with the destination, which in this case I would say is the other hole, the inner hole. I'm going to line it up with where it's going to attach to the tuning knob. So I'm going to pick the hole that's in line with the tuning knob. Does that make sense? Is that the smartest thing to do? I couldn't tell you. That's what I've chosen to do. Okay. I feel better having made a decision. Whether it's the most brilliant decision or not, I don't know. But I made a decision and I know why I made it. And that's a lot of life works like that. You have to have some reason why you're doing what you're doing. And then, on the next pass, maybe you'll get a chance to improve it. But you start off with making the decision yourself and knowing why you're making it. And then you can operate from there. If you're just like a weather vane, you're never going to get anything done. All right. So, just taking a moment to study this. It would help if I was on the right page. Trying to understand the angle that I'm looking at it from. I think I'm looking at it from the reverse angle because I see the curve. So it goes through the far end first, and then it comes back on the close end. All right, how am I gonna do that? Am I gonna spin the wheel around? Like, I don't know how I'm gonna get it back. I can put it through there. In fact, I already have. I don't know how I'm gonna get it back. And I don't know how I'm gonna tie it after I get it back. But I'll figure it out. It's sneaking through gears. That's why I haven't been able to grab it. It's like turning sideways and snaking its way through the headstock. I tell you, this is this. It shouldn't be like this, but it's challenging. This stringing is so far the most difficult part. I got an idea. What if I push it through and then I turn the gear so that it brings it back to me? Well, that's the one that's missing the, yeah, that's the one that's missing. It's actually still in there, the gear. I gotta poke it out of there, otherwise it's gonna cause problems. It might even be already causing problems. So the gear that broke is still in there. All right, now it's out. Yesterday, in an effort to get this tuning knob to stay in, we somehow squashed a gear, and I think it was jamming this up. Yeah, now it moves. So that was kind of an issue. All right, there it is. So that was the answer. Put it partially through and then turn it so that it comes back to you. And now I could put it through further and turn it again. Gonna kind of... I don't think I want to do this. I think I want to have it kind of just at the edge so that I can tie it down. But I'm doing this just to get it through and to grab hold of it, and then I'll pull it back the other way. All right, so pull the gear again. Now, which is the one that I'm looking for? It should be the one on this side, right? There it is. That's the one. All right, so it's on there. And really, it could be pretty good on there, but I'm going to pull it back a little bit so that I then could tighten it, which seems like, well, why not just cut it? But anyway, I feel like that's the right thing to do. So I'm going to pull it back, tie it, and then I'm going to turn the knob to tighten it. All right, I think that's enough. All right, so how did we do this knot yesterday? It was like probably fishermen know exactly what to do here. I don't. I think it was like wrap around 3 times and then loop from the top to the bottom, something like that. All right. I don't think I did it correct, but I did something. And it should be good enough. All it's got to do is stay in there. Fun, make their guitars strings very loose at the end, so I think it's not going to be a problem. All right. can we tighten this up? Are we tuning the Hurdy Gurdy? Well, we're stringing it at least. Should be this one, right? Doesn't feel tight at all, but maybe I just need to keep turning it. I mean, there's like visibly slack in it. Very loose, but are there going to be instructions for tuning this? Or am I just supposed to guess? Well, when I get to the musical notes and it shows which buttons are which, I should be able to figure it out. So I don't know if that's, you know, I mean, obviously that's loose, but I don't know where I'm supposed to stop. But at least we're at the point where we can tune it. Now, how it gets tuned, I haven't figured that out yet. But we'll figure it out. Okay. So we want to pick the hole that lines up with the second hole, and I'm going to say that's the one closer to me. Could be different on your build. So basically, they just give you two holes so you can find the one that looks like it's going to work best for your build. In my case, it's the one closer to the outside. All right, is my stream breaking? No, it seems to still be going. All right. At least this side, the tuning knob works. Yep, it works like a charm. I'm just not sure which way it's... Yeah, that's the correct way. I think that's the correct way. All right. Pretty cool that when the tuning knob works, you feel like you're working an actual instrument. And you know what? Even when I was doing that one with my fingers, it's not like I've never been in the position with a real guitar where I had to work with, you know, pliers or my fingers or whatever. I mean, it happens. It's not that unrealistic. All right, trying to get this to come through. I didn't leave as much slack as last time. All right, I got it. I think this is enough, right? Get this side through and then tie it up, tie it and tune it. Keeps coming back out. Maybe one more half turn, get a better angle. Yep, that'll do it. All right. Now I gotta grab that. I got it. I actually got it. But it's on the wrong end, so I'm gonna keep turning it. Get it to the back to the top, hopefully. There it is. Now time to tie it. I'm not gonna do that fisherman knot. I'm just gonna tie whatever the hell I do. That's what I'm gonna do. I mean, this is like fishing line, so yes, a fishing knot will work, a lure knot, a rope knot, but I also think almost anything will work. All right, let's try it. tune the other side up. Well, it's seeming like there was way more pictures of this stringing up than there needed to be. Just making me wonder if I'm missing something here. There's like a ton of extra string. Definitely feeling like I'm missing something. The string doesn't have any texture. As I've mentioned several times, it just looks like fishing line. Would be nice if the string was a little better, but then the thing would cost $20 more. Are they like those nylon strings, basically, rather than those brass or whatever those other ones are? Also, this tuning knob is like clearly fancier than it needs to be. Like this one's got like, I didn't break the gear on this one, so it's like 3 gears. I mean, clearly they're just doing that for fun. They didn't need to do 3 gears on the tuning knob. They just chose to do 3 gears on the tuning knob. Just do it. Let me just turn it sideways so you can see it as it's happening. You see all those gears in the headstock turning away. I don't even know if that's efficient, but it's clearly just for fun. I mean, you could just go right around this knob. You don't need any gears. But we have like Rube Goldberg machine going here with all these gears. Oh, by the way, remember that caution, like don't hook it over this piece? It was hooked over that piece. So I have to go through all those cautions when I think I'm done. Does it go in here or not? I think it doesn't. That's why all those cautions are there. Like don't hook the wire on this, don't hook it on that. This wire is like, I feel like it wants to be hooked on this thing, but that's incorrect, as I understand. It does show to turn this down. Like, why though? Does it go below the string or above the string? Why is this piece even here? Does it have anything to do with this string? Yeah, is that correct? Yeah, that is correct. So they want you to like turn this down to make this tight. And then to flip this back up to make this one higher. Is that so the buttons don't hit it? Yeah, it's now lifted off. All right, this one is... Is that supposed to create music? They really want us to rub that that weird piece, that like weird cube. I don't know what this cube is, but they really want it to be rubbed against that wheel. What is this thing? Am I applying something to this wheel, or am I like sharpening it? I feel like I'm sharpening this cube. All right. I don't know what I did, but I did it. All right. I also don't know how tight to make these. It doesn't say. I mean, they're definitely loose. So let's keep tightening them. Is that too tight? What do you think if I tighten them too much? They have little, you see that? Little things that catch. So I think I'm supposed to sand them down with that thing that I'm adding. There's definitely some pieces that stick out. I don't know if I'm applying something to smooth them or if I'm sanding the wood, but it clearly needs to be done. Yeah, that part is very much needs to be done. Another way to look at it, these ridges pluck the strings. The instructions actually show them taking this wheel out and sanding it. Does that wheel come out? I don't think it comes out. But maybe it's just kind of telling you to sand it. So, am I supposed to sand it? Yeah, I sand it first, and then I put this on second. All right, let me get out the sandpaper. Even though I was already putting on that cube, you know, better late than never with this sandpaper. Yeah, you see that? It's like catching the strings. Can't have that. Back to this thing. Don't even know what it is. Does anyone know? Can someone say in the comments? What is this cube? What the hell is it for? I think it's just something maybe to protect the strings. But what is it? I don't know. It smells like something. Like wood. Am I just smelling the wood through it? Is it sap? These instructions have no words. They're just pictures, like same as Lego instructions. All right, let's try it again. What speed do I turn it at? All right. Oh, open string. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so they're not even real notes. They're just like. Seems like they only touch the first string. They also seem to be not very loud. All right. 2, 2, 2. Ode to Joy. 2, 2, 3. Now let's try. I'm just trying to memorize it. You heard something, right? I'm not sure how to turn it and get to these keys at the same time. I haven't yet figured out how to hold it. But let me just try one more time. Why am I only hearing the wheel and not the strings? It's kind of there, but I'm not hearing the strings. I'm hearing like the crank louder than I'm hearing the strings, and that's kind of annoying me. Will it get louder if I make it tighter? And what the hell does the second string do? And how do we get the second string in tune with the first string, like an octave lower or something? Oh, you know what? The second string's not even in contact with anything. I'm not sure what the second string even does. It's not in contact with the wheel, and it's not in contact with the keys. I think it's all about the first string here. See if it gets louder if I make it tighter. All I'm hearing is the wood scraping. All right, let's try again. I'm very bad at playing this thing. And it doesn't sound good. What's the problem? Why is the wood so loud and the string so soft? Let me double check if I got everything correct here. Wants this thing higher, but what's that gonna do? All right, let's focus on this string. I feel like I'd rather pluck it than crank it, but we gotta play by the rules. There's a QR code here to play and to tune by. Let me just Google search Hurdy Gurdy tuning. Ugears Hurdy Gurdy tuning. How to tune Ugears Hurdy Gurdy. Alright, what is a Hurdy Gurdy? What notes? What is a Hurdy Gurdy? Ugears Hurdy Gurdy. What else? Tangent box, crank handle. Can you play? Tuning. Tuning. You know, the professionals doesn't sound much better. You know, the professionals doesn't sound much better. All right. I could go downstairs and get the guitar tuner, but I'm just gonna play it out of tune. I'm just gonna demonstrate. I'm just gonna get through that first song, no matter how bad it sounds. All right, Ode to Joy, just this first line here. We should be able to do that. Game stopped.
Don't
Is
worry,
it
I
up?
press reconnect.
For how long was it off?
I don't know.
Why would it go off right during the most dramatic moment when I'm playing it? All right, Nick,
But I
you.
could recognize the tune.
All right, Nick, you play it. I'll show you. It's very simple. All right, you see these buttons?
Yeah.
They go. Nick, look at the buttons while I show you. This is button 1. This is button 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No button is 0. If you don't press no button, it's 0. Each crank is a full note. A half crank is a half note. So you can play this Ode to Joy.
I don't have 6 fingers.
You can move your fingers.
Okay. How do you crank this thing?
Clockwise. Oh, that's the other thing. You got to pick it up. Or, you know what? You can put the crank a little bit off the table. You know what? I went on the pro website of the people who made this, and theirs didn't sound much better. By the way, this was apparently a Kickstarter project at one point, which is pretty cool when you think about
Is it
it.
possible maybe you have to hold it like this?
That's how I was doing it. I think another way to do it, Nick, another idea, I think, put it off the table. See, now you can crank it.
I only have to like hold it like this, like an alien.
Yeah.
There
Well,
is nothing you're supposed to hold it like this.
That's how I was doing it, yeah. No, you put it back on the table. Now it's not going to crank. The crank needs to be off the table.
Oh,
I don't know why they made the crank bigger than the instrument.
hold up. It's like messing with my brain.
I think you need to hold it like this, Nick. Under the...
That's how a guitar player would hold it. Yeah. Yeah, like that.
Oh, this works.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Just do it, yeah. I was trying to do it like on camera, but just do it off camera. People will still hear
No,
it.
I can't crank it like this.
How you want to try? I'll do the buttons. You do the crank.
I only feel like someone has to hold it down.
Okay. I got an idea. Just do the cranking. 1 second per crank. I'll do the notes.
Okay.
Cool.
Really, there's actually, I don't know how to read notes, but these ones are connected and these aren't at the start.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
It's like I'm not sure what it means either. I forget at the moment. Well, anyway, you just played a Hurdy Gurdy. Congratulations.
All right, yeah, we did it.
Yeah, good job.
Nice, cool Hurdy Gurdy you got here.
Yeah. All right. There's a medieval rock song here. Should we attempt that before we end the stream? All right. All right, let's see if we can do that.
Well, we weren't on Ode to Joy. That was actually Bromley Dessa Boots.
No, I was doing the notes from Ode to Joy.
Oh, okay.
You want to try Bromley Dessa Boots?
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Okay.
I read it wrong. I just went straight to the next one.
All right. Wow, this one's much tougher. I'm not gonna do this one right now. I couldn't do anything but the Ode to Joy. With a little practice, maybe I'll show off tomorrow's stream. I'll start by playing the Hurdy Gurdy for 5 minutes, but for now, I think that's the best I can do.
Okay.
All right, good night. Come back tomorrow, see more.